That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to what may be the final stream of 2022. And it most likely will be, but if it isn't, it's going to be not a bonus stream. But this is the final stream, final official stream anyway, of 2022. It is our Game of the Year show. That's right. The moment has come that you've all been waiting for, the time when we take stock of what came before, when we take stock of what is to come in the future, and when we list off, more important than the Oscars, more important than the Emmys, more important than Time Magazine's Person of the Year, more important than any of the ranked of lists, any of the lists that you've seen before you, it is the coveted 2022 Arvin Eleron Game of the Year list. One of the most important aspects of this list is that it is not oversold. It's never grandiose. It's never hyperbolic. And it's never perhaps just putting a little too much emphasis on how important it is. It never does all those things. It's all those things at completely, totally as is normally presented. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well and is looking forward to our Game of the Year show for 2022, followed by the conclusion of Unpacking. So this is going to be a big part of that, too. I am excited for all of that. And if you want to know what is going to win the top award, well, you will know not all that long from now as we move through to figure out exactly what happened in every step of the way. Before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thank you for subscribing over there. That's free to do, but that definitely helps us out. Discord is the !ArvCord. That is always a good place to hang out with people in between streams. Of course, Twitter is !ArvTweets, where I will always post when we're going live and making various announcements and stuff like that. Our website is arvineleron.com, of course, and you can find out more information about the channel and other such things there. !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff related to the channel here. Cool swag for you and stuff which also supports the channel. !Arv Treon, of course, is our Patreon, which allows you to support the channel as well, so that is always a good thing. Plus gets cool stuff for you also. Subbing to the channel will also get you cool stuff and also support the channel. So thank you in advance if folks are able to support that as well. And let me see, what else do I need to let everyone know about? The publishing stuff, of course. Icarus, my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Grayshade, which is my novel, which of course came out in May. That will allow you to get a copy of that book right now at that link, but you can also pre-order a copy of Renegade, which is the sequel, which I am just about done with edits now and will be sending over to my incredible editor, Emily, in very short order. That's going to be coming out next year. I won't be able to say that in 2 more days because it'll be this year, next year, this year, if you know what I mean. So that's coming up next year. And of course, Heretic will be coming out the year after that. And also the tabletop role-playing game being done by Brandon O'Brien. That will also be coming out next year. And our audiobook from Trent Sparks also coming out next year. So we got a lot of stuff coming out next year. And you can find that all at that Grayshade link. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. This is our chance to help them do that, even in our own small way, to send a message that we will do that as well with others as others face oppression throughout the world. So we are ready today for the Game of the Year show. And just a quick scheduling note. Again, we're doing the Game of the Year show first, of course. What we're going to do is we're going to go through the list. Well, I'll talk about what we're going to do in just a minute, but Game of the Year show first. And then afterwards, we're going to finish with Unpacking. We have about an hour to an hour and a half left of Unpacking, and we will wrap that up. And that will be, as I say, our closing stream of the year. And then 2023 will be upon us, and it's going to be busy. We've got a lot of good stuff that we've got looking forward to do, and that's going to be cool. So yeah, I am excited about all of those sorts of things. It's going to be a good time. And I can't wait for all of it. So I hope that folks will be sticking around, and I'm looking forward to having all you folks here with me as I do that. And let me wish everybody, while I'm on the subject, a very happy new year, by the way, as we get ready for 2023. Okay, so with that, let me... Aha! I am here. I have arrived. What's going on, everyone? Good to see you. I imagine I'm going to be doing quite a bit of studio mode today with OBS because we've got a lot of pictures, pretty pictures to show you all as we go through that list. Now, a couple of notes about this. We are going to be talking a little bit about the state of the channel after this list is over. We're going to talk a little bit about what we can expect, what happened in 2022, a couple of highlights, and then we'll talk about what's coming up in 2023, certain highlights that we're looking forward to. And as I mentioned, I will be talking a little bit as well. Over time, I'm going to be announcing more stuff relating to things like ArvCon and stuff like that. And then we'll get to Unpacking, and we will finish Unpacking, as I say, at some point this evening. That is my plan. However, I do want to mention that as we're in the process of doing this tonight, we're going to have a whole bunch of pictures and things like that to show you all as we go through this Game of the Year list. Now, I should say before I get started, I had a chance yesterday to take a look at a couple of notes about this, and I'm looking over at my notes here on my right monitor. And I have been doing some version of this. I think I started doing it unofficially back in 2016. And then I had my first official list of games in 2017, but I still hadn't done the list of sort of like new games, regular games, like games that I played and so forth starting in 2018. But what I was struck by was that there was a kind of remarkable similarity in how many games I'm often able to play in a year and that sort of listing. So in case you're curious, so I played a total of, now this was the biggest year by far, 30 games in 2018. And of those, my top 5 ended up being Divinity Original Sin 2, Thronebreaker, Axiom Verge, Battletech, and The Bard's Tale 4. So that was 30 games in 2018, of which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games were brand new that year, were just released that year. After that, everything gets very consistent. In 2019, I played 20 games, of which 1, 2, 3, 4 were new. By the way, Jedi Fallen Order was the winner that year for top game for me. In 2020, 2020 was 21 games, and then I already mentioned that. 2021 was in 2021. I had, oh, thank you, Aaron. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. In 2021, thanks so much for the resub. I appreciate it, and Happy New Year. 2021, I had 25 games that I played, of which, again, 1, 2, 3, 4 games were new. So again, same number of games that were new. Top game that year was Metroid Dread. And that leads us to this year, where again, there were 24 total games that I played, of which 1, 2, 3, 4 were new this year. So I tend to play somewhere between 20 and 25 games a year, and I tend to go, play does not mean finish, by the way. I play that number of games. And of that number, usually somewhere between 3 and 5 are brand new releases that year. So very consistent. I don't entirely know why that is as consistent as it is, but it is. And so, yeah, so I did 24 games this year, and I'm going to rank them as per usual in reverse order. Now, important to remember, of course, also hi to Prince Justin. And I think I saw, and Mur was in here earlier today as well. So hi, Mighty Mur as well. So very important to notice, by the way, or sort of to note, folks, that this is my list. Okay. It is in no way a definitive list for everybody. This is not me saying, like, if you don't share this list, you don't know what you're talking about. That is not the case. It is simply my particular list. Similarly, that means that although I'm happy to talk about this, I'm happy to have a discussion about it, and I'm, always happy to speak with folks about it. I'm not going to argue with my choices. I thought them through, and I'm pretty confident that they're the right ones to go with, and that's it. And if you disagree, that's totally cool. You can make your own list or just play games and not make a list at all. That's totally fine. But I'm just letting you know that this is my list as I understood it from the course of the past year. So with that said, let us get into our 2022 Game of the Year list. And we start at number 24 with my bottom ranked game of the year, and this is The Council. This is a game that how about I actually transition and show the picture? There we go. This is a game that I really wanted to like more than I did. And I think part of the reason that I didn't is because, well, there were a couple of reasons. First of all, the game's idea is basically this sort of visual novel slash mystery. If any of you remember when I played The Forgotten City, where basically you're trying to like you're constantly looping through time until you can figure out what it is that's causing the sort of cycle to loop and these terrible creatures to come alive and do these terrible things and all this stuff. I really love that game, which is actually vaguely a Skyrim mod, by the way, or started as a Skyrim mod. I really like that game a lot, and I was hoping for something along those lines with this. It's got all these cool, like, historical characters that you can meet and all that kind of stuff. That, again, is the idea, right? The execution of the idea, not so much. First, the game was extremely buggy, like very unoptimized, very poorly managed in terms of how it coordinates things with controls. I had all kinds of jankiness and stutters and things that were just like very odd on stream. It graphically was meh. And in practice, like a lot of the dialogue and the stuff like that was just sort of like, really? It was just one of those games that, again, I feel like sometimes developers are like, I've got an awesome idea. And everyone's like, yeah, you've got a great idea. How are you going to execute it? You're like, I got no idea, but I've got a great idea. If you don't have an idea on how to execute on your great idea, your idea is actually probably not going to work. So the council was one that I tried, and I was just kind of like, yeah, that's going to be it for me, I think. Again, it's too bad in a way, because I do like games like this to sort of be as good in idea as they are in execution, but sometimes that just does not actually work out the way that we might have hoped, I'm afraid. And so that was also the case this time. And so sadly, the bottom game of the year, fairly definitively for me, was actually the Council. All right. Now the second one, let me find where that was. Where are we? Okay, here we go. Got it. Okay, so let me see if that is fixed, right? Okay. Yes, perfect. Lovely. I've got it all. Okay, number 23 on my ranked list was Typo Man Revised. Speaking of a game which has an interesting concept, this is a game that when I first saw it, I thought what it was going to be was kind of a much more serious version of Scribblenauts, where, you know, you would be typing in words and using them to cross over gaps and things like that. In practice, what it turned out to be was some kind of strange amalgam of like, This Is Us. What the heck is the name of? Is it My War? It's the one where you're like, it's side scroller, and it's like, it's called like This Is War, or This Is My War, or My War. I don't remember exactly the name of the game, but somewhere between that and Abe's Odyssey is basically what this game was. And again, this is an example of a game that I thought had some really cool, interesting ideas, which are almost immediately undercut by a horrific graphic control system. Like, how this thing ever saw prime time is beyond me, but I'm here to tell you that keyboard and mouse, this thing does not know how to handle. And it's not a complicated game, really. It's not that complex. In fact, I kind of felt like there was complexity in the wrong spots. Don't make complexity in terms of how you control it. Make complexity in terms of the other aspects that you have. So that to me was sort of a big deal. Like I found this very frustrating to play, and as I was playing it, I just kept being like, man, I wanted this game to be better than it was. You know, like, why doesn't that's the way that you do? Oh, you managed that. Oh, yeah. So in the end, to me, Typo Man was disappointing. Not as disappointing as the Council. I think it's interesting that you say there's a big gap. I didn't think there was a huge gap. I mean, the Council was definitely the bottom game of the year for me, but I thought that Typo Man was cute. It definitely did have cute moments for sure, but it was not up there for me with the other games that we sort of had on that list. You know, for whatever that's worth. I mean, yeah. It just was, man, there was just so much stuff where I'm like, this would have been great. Why didn't you do it this way? And then they did it another way. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know why you did that at all. Why was there a need to do these things? So anyway, so that then was this. It was Typo Man was Typo Man Revised, important to note, was our 23rd game of the year. Yeah, oh yeah. No. And I'm totally agreeing with you. Separate from the whole, everyone can believe what they like about games, but separate from that, I also agree with you that the council was just not very much no. It was not. It was definitely not up there for me. That's going to be a theme with these bottom games, as you'll see in a moment. So number 23, Typo Man Revised. Number 22 was Growlancer 2. Now, I have to be honest here. Part of the reason that Growlancer 2 didn't work for me the way that I hoped it would. And in case you're curious, Growlancer 2, this was a tabletop role-playing, this is an RPG, a JRPG, which was supposed to be kind of a tactical role-playing game. And the idea of it, again, was, it's not a bad idea, and there were some elements of it that were interesting, but first of all, in practice, some of the ways that the tactics worked were a little bit odd, but I'll fully admit that I would have needed more time to be able to get into it. I couldn't make a judgment just based on that. Part of the other problem was that just some of the characters in the storyline was kind of like not my bag, like kind of annoying and frustrating and misogynistic even. There were just elements of it that I was just kind of like, yee. And it wasn't, again, it was not a bad game. It wasn't a game that I was like, this is awful and I would never, but I just could think of so many other examples of JRPGs that I would rather have played, than a game like this, that I was just ultimately like, I don't really think this thing is getting the job done for me. And so in the end, this was another example of a game that definitely did not make the cut into the top 20. And again, continuing that theme, as I say, of games that seem better in idea than execution. Growlancer was sort of the most, of the ones we've talked about so far, was the sort of most advanced in this regard, but still did not sort of make it there the way that we hoped for. So nostalgia, I think, is doing a lot of extra work for this game, as opposed to a game that I've gone back to since then. There are a lot of RPGs that still hold up, I would argue, even at this removed date. Growlancer 2, I don't think necessarily fit in that category. So Growlancer 2 was number 22. Now, anyone who watched me play this will know that this next game is probably not too surprising to have not even made my top 20, and that was Cyberpunk 2077. I am fully aware, totally aware, that that Cyberpunk is a game that is supposed to reflect a dystopic reality. But as I have made clear on multiple occasions, there are ways in which to present your dystopic future that don't play into some of the worst prejudices of the present. And a lot of what we saw with Cyberpunk 2077 was just like part of that mix. It was a lot of the worst kind of brofest, doing all these things that were just like, that made me feel vaguely uncomfortable. A lot of emphasis on body horror, and admittedly, Cyberpunk, because it's Cyberpunk, is going to have a lot of body horror elements anyway. It tends to be why I don't really like Cyberpunk stuff in general, but I have liked some Cyberpunk stuff. And whereas, playing a game like Blade Runner, I didn't have this negative reaction. Playing a game like Shadowrun, I didn't have this negative reaction. But this game definitely just turned me off. And the game itself was a little buggy, but that wasn't too bad. I think there were some interesting customization options here, but a lot of the stuff that I found, oh my goodness, a raid. Thank you very much, Askren. What's up? Welcome, Exploding Dice. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome to our Game of the Year show. We are going through our top 24, by which I mean all my 24 games that I am ranking in reverse order. So thank you, Askren. I hope all's well, man. How was the art today? Happy New Year. I hope that you got to show off some amazing new awesome art of yours, and hope all's well, man. And I hope you're having a good end of 2022 preparation for 2023 to come. Just 2 more days to go before next year has arrived. So, but thank you, man. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. And everyone should be following Exploding Dice if you're not already, because good artist, former member of Masters of the Dungeon when we had that show running actively, and former founding member actually of Masters of the Dungeon. So yeah, I definitely am. Thanks, Exploding Dice. Good to see you. Thank you, Askren. Always a pleasure. So 24 was the Council, 23 Typer Man, 22 Ground Let's 2, 21 Cyberpunk 2077. So there are going to be games that I don't like and other people do, and there were certainly a lot of people who liked Cyberpunk 2077. I just didn't even find the storytelling to be particularly engaging to me. There's a whole sequence at the beginning where you get to the city, and there's this like montage of about, I don't know, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, maybe a minute long cutscene where it's just talking about all these, like showing all these little bits and bobs of cool stuff that you were supposedly doing with your friend that introduces you there. And then you get out of that and you go into this rather uncomfortable mission where you have to save someone who's being harvested for parts. But like, again, I was like, why am I not seeing this part? Like, why is this a montage? And why am I, I just, not to mention racism and a bunch of other things that are found in it. I was very much just like, yee. So definitely not at all my bag. And I think that the bug issues, which were a lot of what people objected to initially, quite understandably, CDPR has done a lot of work on this, and I'm not surprised, therefore, that they've done a lot of work on it. And it became, from what I understand, a financial success. They put a ton of money into it, so I would hope so. But it definitely was just not a AAA title that I had a particular interest in. So this game for me was number 21 on the list. Now we enter the top 20, and some of these games, the next I would say 5 to 6 games or so, are a combination of games that either just don't click with me well enough, or are games that I find to be that I just didn't play long enough to make a decision about, and I don't necessarily feel motivated to come back to them again. And so you'll see kind of how that process goes through. Number 20 on the list is a game that was near and dear to Dragonspear's heart, and that's The Last Express. This was, of course, Last Express is a fairly famous point-and-click adventure game. It is a mystery, and there are some cool elements to this that Broderbund put together, some interesting ideas to it. But the problem with The Last Express that I had is really a problem that's not specific to that game. It's specific to the adventure game genre. And that is, the adventure game genre relies on adventure game logic. It relies on you thinking of things that you would not necessarily think of. And when you already have figured out, oh, this must be the thing I need to do, if you don't first pull the widget, turn the bow, press the button, move the thing, and do exactly the order that the game wants you to do it, you can't jump ahead to that conclusion, which I find irritating. So it means that you don't do that, and sometimes you're just kind of like, well, then what am I going to do? And I find myself being lost way too often in adventure games because it doesn't do all the things that I just mentioned, and I find that very annoying. And The Last Express had a lot of that, combined with these timed puzzles and things like that it had me do, that I just was kind of like, oh, man. So there was that. It seems like a very cool, interesting, potentially interesting story. It feels like a potentially interesting thing, but I just felt like I could just watch a video to play the story, and I was much more interested in that than I wasn't actually playing the game. And so that was something that kind of didn't work as well as didn't work as well as I would hope. This again is not a bad game. I was not repulsed by the game. I just was sort of very meh about it. And so that's one of the reasons that it stays down top 20, but at the bottom of the top 20 list. What's up, Drew? And hey, Rising Ties, Susan Album Party. Oh no, is that true? I shouldn't say that. Of course, Drew, every time Drew comes in here, everything that he says is always true about these things. So I should have just realized that was the case. My goodness. Good to see you, man. Okay, so number 20 on the list was The Last Express. Okay. Number 19, and good to see you as well, Rising Ties. Number 19 on my list was Psychonauts. Now, there were a lot of people who wanted me to try Psychonauts, and a lot of that was driven by nostalgia. A lot of people were just like, oh, Psychonauts was amazing. I did not have that nostalgia because I had not played Psychonauts before. And when I had a chance to play it now, I did actually like a lot of the humor of Psychonauts. I did actually like some of the mechanics of play, although some, not all, because I found some of the movement controls to be janky. This was not it's a platformer, right? And a lot of platformers require precision, and this does not have precision controls, in my judgment. And that's not a great combination. You do not want a non-precise platformer, right? And also platformers have to be the right kind of platformers for me to really get into them. And so there's that too, which is like, is it even the kind of game that I would normally want to play? If I had all those other things. I did, though, as I say, I found the humor funny in a lot of spots, and I was kind of like, this is pretty cool. Like I could totally get down with that. I like that a lot. And so so for me, this is a game which I if I played it more, I might or might not like it more. I was thinking quite a bit about whether or not I really did like this game or not. And I was trying to like, I don't know, like maybe I do. So I wasn't 100% sure if I really liked the game a lot or not, but I do think it's interesting. So, that's in any case, again, I think a solid game, definitely not a negative here. The games that we're starting to get to now are good games. It's just a matter of my, ranking them and whether or not the games actually work for me. So Psychonauts was number 19 on the list. Number 18 on the list is the Turing Test, which reminds, if you were watching this, you would agree, I think, that the Turing Test would remind you a lot of Portal. Very much about, it's a game in which it's a puzzle game where you're basically walking through this lab, trying to figure out what happened to the people before you, and being aided by this fairly obviously AI who's got issues, right? Which is very similar to what we see in Portal. So as I said, there's a lot of Portal there. It reminded me of Portal with no sense of humor. And that's not a negative on this game. It just means Portal is like super, super, super funny all the time. And the Turing Test was not like that. This is not a game actually that I would avoid. I could see myself coming back to the Turing Test again. The only reason that this isn't higher on the list is because I only played it for about 3 hours to begin with as one session. And it isn't a game that I went like, oh man, I need to think of, that I think about it all the time. And I can't wait to get back. I didn't have that reaction to the game. I liked it. But it wasn't a game that I was like, man, I must absolutely play. But I did enjoy it. I didn't think it was particularly buggy. I thought it was clever in spots, so I thought there were a lot of things that were handled very well in this game. So I liked it. I just, didn't play it enough to kind of go forward with it, but I could see myself coming back to the Turing Test. And this is a game that if you like puzzles, if you like the Talos Principle, and that was the other game it reminded me of, I just thought of it. It reminded me of a cross between the Talos Principle and Portal. And if you were to combine those two things together, you might get something like the Turing Test. Interesting, and a game that I could see myself coming back to. So that was number 18. Number 17 is Last Epoch, and this is a game that I liked playing in part because I got a chance to really dig into for a couple of sessions. I think I played this of an action role-playing game a la Diablo style. I have sort of sat to the side and watched a lot of people talking about these sorts of action RPGs, whether it's Grim Dawn, which was on a list of mine a couple of years ago, or obviously the Diablos, or Path of Exile, or Titan Quest, or right, all of those are these sort of action RPGs, and I don't love furious like cookie clicker style games where it's just like that's not really my bag. I have played in one Diablo 1, I have played in one Diablo 2. I like both those games. And Diablo 3 I played a little bit of, but I never actually finished it. So I like these games some, but I have to be in the right mood for them. But I did like a lot of the there were some interesting differences with this game. I liked some of the class tree skills and the way that the class skill trees builds, as I mean to say. I liked that. I liked sort of the mixture of classes that were there. I liked there were some interesting twists to the sort of standard formula. And again, I don't really have a negative about this so much as it's just because it's a game that I'm only likely to play under certain circumstances. It just doesn't get a lot of screen time. I've started having this feeling quite a bit when I go to conventions. It used to be that I would just see something really cool at a convention board game wise, and I'd be like, oh, I totally need to get that because that's really cool looking and it's unusual and like blah, 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 blah. And that's how I used to feel. And the problem I have now is if the game is never going to hit the table, if I'm never actually going to play it, then what's the use of getting it? Right? Like, it doesn't matter how good the design I think might be if it's never going to actually get to the table. So like Twilight Imperium, it would be neat to kind of give that game a whirl, but there is not a chance in hell that anyone in my family is ever going to want to play that game with me. And if I, and so I don't want to spend all this time and money buying a game that takes, 2 hours to set up and that no one's ever going to play. And then eventually I'm going to be prevailed upon to take it down again. So I have to be sort of a little more, be more picky and choosy about the games that I choose to put on the table board game wise. And that's the same thing for this. If, when I have games like this, action RPGs, there's so many other games to play. If I want to play Tsushima, if I want to play Unpacking, we're doing now. If I want to play Road Warden, if I want to play, Sorcery, we're going to be playing next, Jedi Fallen Order, or Jedi Survivor. If I want to play those games, I'm not going to have the opportunity to play others. That's one of the reasons that I actually liked the Chat Chosen Game of the Month, because it guarantees that I'm going to be able to play different games and just get a feel for some of the games that are out there, especially when people think that I may or may not be interested in them. So nothing against Last Epoch, and I could even, again, if I'm in the right mood, come back to this. But this was number 17 on the list. Okay, now number 16 on the list, I hope Dragonspear is here for this one, because this should make Dragonspear feel good. If he was annoyed at me for Last Express, I hope he'll feel better for this one, because No One Lives Forever is 16 on the list, and this despite the fact that I've only played it for a grand total of about 5.5, maybe 6 hours. I actually enjoyed this game more than I thought I would. I found it less frustrating than I thought I was going to. I found it less... I liked some of the sense of humor that was associated with it. And I thought the gameplay was actually more enjoyable, again, than I thought that I would. But also, I just happened to like it more than the other games that I mentioned, right? If I look at the list and I'm like, okay, Last Epoch, Turing Test, Psychonauts, Last Express, Cyberpunk, blah, 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 which of those games is better? Could I have put Last Epoch above No One Lives Forever? Yeah, I could have reversed 16 and 17, but it wouldn't go any higher than it is now, and I couldn't see putting it lower on that list. I'm not going to put it behind a lot of those other games, because this is a game that I just genuinely enjoyed playing more. I also played it more recently, but I didn't play it longer, right? I didn't play it longer than Last Epoch. I didn't play it longer than, I guess I did play it longer than Psychonauts, but not a lot more. I played 5.5, 6 hours, not 15 hours, right? So I just like the combination of it, and it helped a lot that I didn't really have any technical problems getting the thing running. I just had to actually install it, and then it just ran. So again, this is a game that I can see myself coming back to. I just did not play it enough to put it higher on this list, and shooters for me have to have a particular kind of sort of emphasis. And if they don't, then I'm not as likely to sort of be all into it. So shooters have to hit a very specific window. But I like No One Lives Forever. I thought it was solid, actually. It is definitely a game of its time. You can definitely see some of the rough edges. You can see certain aspects of it. Some of the jokes do not land. And some of the jokes are, problematic, to say the least, even though I know what it's doing is trying to satirize 60s spy films. But I don't know that they all land. Having said that, though, I like this. In fact, I actually liked it better than No One Lives Forever 2, but that's probably because No One Lives Forever was a lot easier to get running than 2 was. So 16 on the list here ultimately was No One Lives Forever. All right, that brings us to the top 15, and just give me a second while I get the picture for number 15. Where's my 15 at? There we go. Okay. Number 15 on this list was a game that I will admit I was a little frustrated in playing, and that was Castlevania 3. Now, I played this game back in the day. I actually won Castlevania 3 back in the day when I was a kid. But Castlevania 3 this time around was definitely frustrating. Part of it, I think, being that the control scheme on the Switch is different than the one that I was using when I was younger. But part of it also just being that my patience, I think I've increased my patience over time, but there are aspects where my patience has become inversely proportional to my sense of a need to wield said patience. So there were things where I was like, I could sort of be dealing with this, but why? Like, why would I, why would I deal with this game? What is, so I found the game to be kind of like, I played through it and it was fine, and certain parts of it were fine. The music, of course, is freaking amazing. I like some of the gameplay mechanic loop, but not all the gameplay mechanic loop. And man, there are times when Castlevania is so freaking frustrating to play, which was something I ran into with some of the older Zelda games as well. They're just annoying sometimes. And yeah, you can also do save points, and I had to do that. Like I did, I got this anniversary collection on the Switch, so I was able to set restore points, and that made it 10 times better. If I had been playing it as in the old style, where you get a certain number of continues and that's it and you're out of luck, I don't know how much I would have stayed with this game. Like it would have just frustrated me too much in the end. So Castlevania 3, very, very cool game. Bloody Tears, yeah. Very, very cool. A lot of really, really good elements of Castlevania 3. But it was frustrating. And there's a certain point where I'm like, okay, let's leave that classic back in the distance where it ultimately belongs, and we'll kind of see how things go from there. So number 15 on my list then was Castlevania 3. Okay, number 14 on the list is one that I actually played fairly recently as part of a Patreon-fueled game of the month, and that is this game, which is Batman Arkham Knight. Now, this is interesting for me because Arkham Knight is a game which is, in my mind, very divided. I still found playing Arkham Knight that I still really liked a lot of the fighting sequences. I still love a lot of kind of the gadget stuff with Batman. I still love a lot of the stealth takedown business. The stealth takedown stuff I love. I love all of that stuff. What I don't love is that they decided to make this Batman Arkham go-kart tanks. Because, oh my God, even in the 4.5 hours or so that I played my opening sequence of Arkham Knight, I think it was about 4 hours. Even of that, probably 2 hours of it was driving the freaking tank around, the Batmobile around, with just like firing and destroying a bunch of like drone tanks, which I'm here to tell you, I don't care about. I don't play Batman so I can play tanks. I play Batman so I can play Batman. Why can't I just fly across the city the way I want to? Why can't I sneak through these, the bowels of the buildings the way that I want to? Why am I forced, and multiple times you're forced to actually use this thing to activate the elevator so that you go down into the building using the elevator with the remote controlled Batmobile? I just didn't understand. I found it mesmerizing to me that was a decision that they chose to go with. So as a result, it was a very strange experience for me because I was like, Batman parts, I'm like, awesome, here I am. Yeah, I'm in there. I'm talking to people. I'm looking at the weapons, dealing with the villains. And then the other time I'm like, here I am, firing missiles at a bunch of drone tanks. And I wasn't even particularly bad at those. I was fine at those sequences. I just don't care about them. I thought they always got in the way. Like whenever they were there, I'm like, oh, the more of this stuff. So it's just, tanks a lot. It's just not, I don't want to, I don't want to play. I don't know. So disappointing because this is a game that I actually did want to play at some point. And now I'm seriously questioning it because the one thing I've been able to find is that there's no way that you're going to be able to escape doing a ton of gameplay with the tanks if you want to get anywhere at all. And I also heard that if you want to get the so-called best ending, the actual good ending, you have to essentially complete a bunch of stuff. I am not a completionist. I usually finish probably 60 to 65% that I do in the process of doing other things. So I don't actually, the completionist thing is of no interest to me. And so the fact that you have to kind of be a completionist to get that other stuff is just a bit, exactly, Prince Justin. Yeah, exactly. I'll play World of Tanks if I wanted to do that. So that frustrated me about it too. So again, Arkham Knight, I think obviously has a lot of potential. And there were aspects of it that I enjoyed, but man, please with the tanks, I can't even. Who knows if I go back to this someday, maybe, but there's a lot of other games that I'd rather play, frankly, than just do more Batman Arkham Tank, which is what we were looking at there. So number 14 on the list, Batman Arkham Knight. Number 13 is a game that I played over on GOG.com's Twitch channel for probably about 4 sessions or so, and that's this game, Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. This is a game that in some ways I like the principle of this game a lot. There are a lot of quests for you to do. The pawn system is interesting, although flawed in a way I'll describe in a little bit. There's an interesting storyline, although a bit incoherent. And these sort of sequences, the action sequences, especially when you're fighting against these big creatures, I find really, really interesting. So there were aspects of this that I liked a lot, Dragon's Dogma. But I also found the game to be, in fairly short order, growing tedious for me. And that struck me as a problem, because if I'm going to enjoy a game, and if I'm going to, really get into it, and I'm already starting to question why I'm going back to it, like, oh, I have to play this game again, and I'm doing that already when I've only played the game like 7-8 hours or something like that, that's not a good sign. And Dragon's Dogma, from all that I can tell from people that I've spoken to, that's the gameplay. If you like that gameplay, great. If not, not. And the pawn system, I think, has a couple of serious flaws, largely associated with the fact that they don't level with you. So you need to continually get new pawns. And so all of a sudden I feel like I'm in babysitting mode. And instead of playing a game with competent NPCs, I'm playing a game and hoping that my NPCs know what the hell I'm asking them to do. And that is not what often was my experience when I played with these characters. Sometimes they did the job, sometimes they didn't. And I know all the arguments, oh, they learn from you. And I'm like, what about balance, though? What if I want them to do this while I do that? I have to do that so they learn to do that? It doesn't quite sync up for me. I found the online component to be confusing about which people that I can rent their pawns, but I don't know. I didn't. I felt like it was a game that had stuff going on that I didn't really like. It felt rough around the edges to me, even though I did like a lot of elements of the action-oriented aspect of Dragon's Dogma. So again, not a bad game, but just a game that eventually I sort of fell away from in GOG Play, because I was just like, I remember sitting there actually that morning of one day when I was going to be streaming, and I was just like, I just don't want to play this game. I don't want to play Dragon's Dogma. So, may or may not come back to it, but Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen was number 13 on the list for me. Now we're getting into the games that I genuinely really enjoyed playing, and the fact that this next game is lowest on the list is not a mark against it. It's just that there were other games that I liked even more than that. Number 12 on the list was Lost in Random. Very, very interesting combination of games here. On the one hand, the style is immediately Nightmare Before Christmassy. Like, if you like Nightmare Before Christmas, this is exactly the feel that you want. There is that sense of humor is very similar. The characters that you meet are part of this too. And there is, of course, also a very fun story associated with it. A story which takes a very interesting turn, a very dark turn, actually, towards the end, in a way that I think is handled fairly well. The ending was a little rushed for me, but I thought was handled pretty well on the whole. And the combat system is really interesting. Basically, this combination of dice rolls and cards that get played when you're in the midst of combat, and then there's also some sort of Twitch part of this, which is there too. So all of that was a big part of it also. And that was interesting to me, the combat system of it. Hey, Dragon. So I like that a lot also. So Lost in Random for me was a game that I liked quite a bit. There were a few little buggy moments here and there in terms of how the game actually operated. There were times that the combat system I found to be a little clunky, and it didn't, all the elements didn't always sync up the way I hoped. And as I say, there were occasionally pacing problems, with it that were issues that I think could have been dealt with a little bit better than they were, especially towards the end. At the end, I thought that they really rushed the ending with sort of the last half hour or so. But in general, I really enjoyed this game quite a bit. And I appreciated having the opportunity to play it, and I actually played through the whole thing. So Lost in Random, which I think, is that actually the first one that I played through? Yeah, this is the one that I played through all the way, actually, So Lost in Random was number 12 ultimately on my list. Okay. Now we move on to number 11. And where's my thing? Give me a second here. I got to find where I put it. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Want to make sure that I got the right picture. Yeah. That's true. And it did. It very much, that's true. I forgot about that part actually a little bit. Yeah, it did get unnecessarily horrible. That's true. Yeah, so the dark twist was a little too dark, I thought. So, 1 second, chat. All right. Okay. So yes, I agree totally with the horror, with a little bit too much on the horror. Okay. So this brings us to number 11. Now, 11 on the list, I have to admit, this is the first time that I really had to think long and hard about whether to put this or the next game on the list in the top one. Can I sum up the first hour? Nope. If you don't get here, then you have to, no. I will sum up where the top. I'll sum up those lists of the. You already missed a bunch of it, but I will sum up the list in just a bit. Once we get to the top 10 here, Dragon, which we're going to do in just a minute. The game that ultimately I decided was number 11 was Road Warden. This is a game that I've been playing over on GOGCOM's Twitch channel for Pen and Pixels. I think Road Warden is very interesting and very well done in a lot of ways. It's a heavily text-driven adventure, really, but there are some good moments of art that exist within it. It's not all text, but it's largely that way. With some good music, although occasionally repetitive, but and about a character that basically whose job it is to manage the roads, to watch over the roads in a vaguely dystopian future, and travel from village to village. And so there's a lot of things that you think about in the process of doing that, and you have to balance a lot of resources against each other. I don't love the resource balancing thing as much as I might, because it means that you're constantly having to balance elements. And as we're going to talk about something, a game that I have about 3 games down the line, I think does a better job of what Road Warden attempts to do in terms of balancing things. I'll come back to that. But I do think that Road Warden has been a lot of fun to play with chat over there. It's been a lot of fun to play using Effect Life's amazing ArvBot 2.0. And so I've really enjoyed that quite a bit. So that is something which I like. And as I say, I had a hard time deciding between whether I was going to put this in the top 10 or, between this and number 10 on the list. This was a very close one for me. But in the end, I thought there was enough stuff that sort of kept me from fully recommending it that I decided it didn't quite make it into the top 10. Good game though, and I've been enjoying playing it. We'll probably play some more as we go ahead. So now to sum up for the benefit of Dragon and anyone who might have stopped in late. 24 games that I played in 2022. And in reverse order, those games were The Council was 24, Typo Man Revised was 23, Growlancer 2 was 22, Cyberpunk 2077 was 21, number 20 was The Last Express, number 19 was Psychonauts, number 18 was The Turing Test, number 17 was Last Epoch, number 16 was No One Lives Forever. No One Lives Forever was 16, which is a pretty good entry, actually, Dragon, for a game I only played about 4.5, 5 hours. Number 15 was Castlevania 3. 14 was Batman Arkham Knight. 13 was Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. 12 was Lost in Random. And 11, that I just did here, was Road Warden. And so those are my bottom 13, I guess you might say, although those last games in the list were better. So, again, it was more about the other ones being better, not this one being worse, I would say. Okay, and that brings me then to this game. Let me make sure there it is. This game, which was number 10 on the list, and that was ActRaiser. I really liked ActRaiser. I like ActRaiser anyway when I first played it. And this is an example of a game that Groundlancer 2, I suspect a lot of people played and then it didn't age well. I don't know, but we'll say, hey, what's up, Classicor? But ActRaiser was different. ActRaiser, I did have a chance to play, and actually, it to my mind, it still holds up. Does not take too long. It does not overstay its welcome. It's good to see you, Classicor. It does not overstay its welcome. Very good mix of sim and platformer, right? Of action platformer, and elements of it that really I think were just. I don't know. I really liked a lot of ActRaiser, and I just like the feel of it and the freaking music. The ba-da-ba-dum bum 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 ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba, you know, dun 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 bum ba-ba-dum ba-ba-dum bum bum bum. Great soundtrack. You know, solid graphics for the time. The story is kind of ridiculous, but who cares, right? But I like the fact also that there are different elements of each town that can help other elements of the town. So I really liked ActRaiser a lot. And I was really, as I say, I went back and forth between this and Road Warden, but I finally decided this was the way to go. This, by the way, was the only on cartridge SNES game that I played this year using my Retron, which was cool. And so, yeah, I really liked ActRaiser. And in fact, this is the game that I played before Ghost of Tsushima. So, hey, what's up, Golden Drake? So, yeah, so number 10 on the list was ActRaiser. Now, number 9 on the list, and for this one, it just struck me, I don't have a picture for it, so this is the one game that I played here off stream. Well, I played a couple, I think, off stream, but I couldn't remember them all. This is one that I've been playing actually with Little Arv off stream. And this showed up at 9 in the list, which is a mark of a game that knows what it's doing, quite honestly. And I really, really have enjoyed this quite a bit. So this game is, all right, there it is. Let me just capture that properly so it'll stand out. This is a game that I can recommend if you are a fan of this particular genre, or if you happen to be a fan of action games in general, or if you have a Nintendo Switch, or all such things together. If so, can I recommend that you play my number 9 game on the list, which was this, Super Mario Odyssey. I really have had a lot of fun with this game. Little Arv has been playing Cappy. That's that hat that you see in front. This game is cute. It's varied. It's silly. But it has a real Mario spirit. And I have to say, Nintendo has lots of issues, you know, in terms of how they release games, certain circumstances. But I'll say this, they always know how to make first-party products. It's attention to detail. It's little things. It's the way the animations work. It's the way that they approach different things. They just know how to make this thing come together. And so I really, really like Super Mario Odyssey quite a bit. It's got a pretty tight control scheme. The camera is a little shaky, but for the most part, it's pretty good. And yeah, the biggest issue with it is, that's right, mind control nightmare. It's true. Basically, Cappy does take over these various creatures, which is a little weird, honestly. But the problem is it's hard to get, like, the people that you take over, like you take over a massive T-Rex towards the beginning of the game. And then, so you'd be like, oh, but then the T-Rex has a Mario hat on, and everything that you take over immediately gets the Mario mustache. So there's a Super Mario T-Rex running around with a mustache. It's very hard for me to sit there and just be like, let me think of the deep sort of, I'm like, it's Mario. It's a mustache on a thing with the stuff. Yeah. So I really, really enjoyed this. My daughter and I have both had a blast playing Super Mario Odyssey. And as I said, I've played this off stream, which is probably where it's going to stay, because it's a good game for just us to play. And it could definitely have moments that are frustrating. Don't get me wrong. There are definitely elements where you're just kind of like, man, that's not what I told the button to do right then, actually. And I'm frustrated that you think I did, and blah, blah, blah. There are moments where that feels to be the case, but for the most part, this is enjoyable. Plus, really great music soundtrack. lot of good gameplay. It's a big open world. There's a lot to do. It's cool. I recommend this. If you have a Nintendo Switch, this is a game that's worth getting. And if you like Mario at all, you're going to love this game. I played Super Mario Galaxy, Super Mario Galaxy 2. I played Super Mario Sunshine. My wife and I really love that game a lot. I played Super Mario 64. I've played Paper Mario. I've played the Paper Mario for the Wii. So I like a lot of the Mario games, but this is one that's really a lot of fun. So I highly recommend Super Mario Odyssey. Well worth it if you get a chance to play it. So that's my number 9 game on the list. Now, number 8, I'm almost positive is going to be a very popular choice, I would say, with people here. And the reason is because it is, whoops, hold on a second. Sorry. I just realized that you have something weird. Okay, hold on. It is Citizen Sleeper. Now, you remember that I mentioned before that Road Warden, my number 11 game, has a lot of resources that you have to balance. So does Citizen Sleeper, but the difference is that I think Citizen Sleeper does it much better. I think Citizen Sleeper understands exactly how much to give you. The basic premise is that you are an AI who's basically been transferred. You're essentially a copy of intelligence of an actual person who's been transferred into some body, and you have escaped, and you've left, and you need a certain kind of medication to keep your body from breaking down because they didn't want anybody to leave, so that's why they did it that way. Very standard thing for a lot of the AI / replicant / whatever sort of stories. And you end up on this one sort of large freighter colony ship type thing where you end up doing work and meeting this whole host of characters. Now, part of the reason that I've had so much fun with this game is that the vocalists have been doing it with me, and Zach and Dot have been doing a great job on these characters, and we have all found it super enjoyable. But part of it also is that I also like the gameplay loop. I like the gameplay. I like the way that you have a certain number of dice that you're able to use in a given day, that to rebuild those dice, you need to have your energy at a certain level. To get your energy to that level, you have to be willing to pay some money, but you can't always do that because you have to save money for something else. So there's a lot of balancing scenarios, and yet, even though the resources are scarce, I never felt as if the resources are impossible. There are some games you play. Arkham is a good example of this, actually. Not Arkham Knight, but tabletop, Arkham Horror. Arkham Horror is a game that I feel like you constantly feel like you're losing. Like everything is always just putting your finger in the dike before the next water bursts through the dam. And that's not enjoyable for me anyway. Like after a while, I'm just kind of like, I just want to have a turn where I can just can I actually enjoy the game, or do I have to spend every second just being like, that sucked, also that sucked. Citizen Sleeper is never like that. And in the meantime, it's advancing this really interesting story. It reminded me a little bit of NeoCab from last year, except that NeoCab was a game that really just was basically visual novel. There's a little bit of a mini game, but not much. But Citizen Sleeper, a copy of Gray Shade sold on a Cincinnati bookstore shelf this week. Hell yeah, let's go. That's what I like to see. Well, that's awesome. Yay. That's exciting. Oh, wow. I hope we get a lot more of those stories. That's awesome. Thank you for telling me, Emily. So I like Citizen Sleeper a lot. And if you have not had a chance to watch this, can I recommend it? It's the pacing is good as well. You also have enough time to think through things, which is really great. Really like Citizen Sleeper. This is a game which gets a lot of its sort of the bones of its mechanics from Blades in the Dark, actually. And so that's interesting as well. I know that some of my friends, Rising Tides, I think is still in here. I don't know whether you've had a chance to check this out. Rising Tides, I would love to see you freaking play this game. Mike has talked about playing this game. I would love to see Mike play this game. The two of you in particular, you need to be all over Citizen Sleeper. This is a game that you will both really like, potentially for different reasons. So I would love to see that. You should totally, you should totally check that out. Mike did play it? Has he played it on stream and I didn't? Oh, no kidding. Also, hi, the kids are asleep. Oh, no kidding. Did he play the whole thing? Maybe you know what? Why didn't I know that? I think maybe I vaguely remember him saying that he did do it once, but I couldn't stop by or whatever. Has he played the whole thing? Has he won it? That's further than me. He did play it all the way through? Oh, no kidding. Okay. Yeah, I would love to see you play it a little bit, Rising Tides, or at the very least, when the Art vocalists are playing. it's you will. This is a game I'm confident you will like. It's like right up your alley. And he did play it all the way through. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a game that I totally, when I was playing it, I'm like, man, I bet Mike would love this game. So yeah, Citizen Sleeper is very good. I also think Citizen Sleeper is an example of a game where the idea and the execution do match. So at the beginning of this list, I told you there were a bunch of games that I liked the idea of, but the execution sucked. This is an example of a game where the execution does match the idea, which is something similar to what NeoCab was like as well. So very, very good stuff with that. And I am, as I say, I'm really impressed with Citizen Sleeper, and I can't wait to continue to play it and be thinking more about it as we go through. Okay, now number 7 on the list is a game which, and this will show you how much I liked this game. This will show you exactly how much. You might have been, no, I don't know. Did he suggest it to me? See, the thing is, here's why my memory is off about this, because I feel like I got suggestions from 2 people for this game, and I don't remember who the second person was. Maybe it was Mike. But the other person was someone who thought it would be good specifically for the Arvocalis. So maybe I'm just completely like blown out of my head. Like I'm forgetting all of the way that this stuff works together. But anyway, that's awesome. So, okay. So Mike did play it. Well, Mike's got good taste. This was good stuff. That's right. I played a game with a communist going to sleep. Not quite right. Also, hi, Rudnell. Maybe it was you or Rudnell who suggested it for the Arvocalis, and that's who I'm thinking about. I don't remember. Anyway, if you suggested it, good job, because this is a great game for the Arvocalis, and maybe that's why the confusion is there. It's a very good game. I'm a big fan of Citizen Sleeper. Okay, game number 7. I'm telling you right now, I am so much about execution and idea working together. When execution and idea work together, you have a winner. And Unpacking is just like that. It's a game which is chill. It's a game which is cute, but it's a game which is tricky deep. There are moments that you go, oh, because of things you find. And what's great about it is none of it is holding your hand. It's literally just you pull things out of boxes and put them in places. It's satisfying to organize them. But there are moments in that game, for example, we talked about this last night, a moment where you're unpacking and you pull out a diploma, right? And you have a diploma, and the first time that you have it from like your, I don't know, 3rd room or something like that, you put it someplace cool. But when you move in with your boyfriend, there's no place to put it except above the toilet, which the game doesn't like. So the only place you can store the diploma in this room, in this particular sequence, is under the bed. And the next thing you see is you having moved back in with your folks, with the assumption meaning that you obviously broke up with them. Such a smart way to do that. Oh, and then you get to put the diploma anywhere you damn well please, which is smart game design. It makes you think about what you're doing. It's perfectly in line with the premise of the game, but it also makes you realize, and I think the beauty of it is the moment of reveal. When you choose to reveal things is as important as that you reveal them at all. So this is something which is very important about writing. Pat Rothfuss suggests at one point that writing is about the art of keeping secrets. And there's something to be said for that idea, because the boxes in Unpacking, there's a bunch of paper, so you can't see them. You can't see what you're picking up next. You just open up a box and then you click on it and it pulls something out of the box. What is that thing? And if it's something which is sort of like another element of your many countries that you visited, cool. Or it could be something that you've carried around since you were literally a child. It's like since you had your first room. And then there might be other things where there's something new that you ended up picking up. And all of that stuff. I really, really have enjoyed Unpacking. I'm looking forward to playing more of it tonight. And it's, again, an example of I want to encourage developers, let your ideas and execution match. If you have a great idea, awesome. Let that idea match the execution of what you have, and you're going to have a winner. So very, very cool. I had a lot of fun with this one. Now, this next one is going to be one that I suspect is also going to be a popular choice, because it was a very popular one for people as we were going along. Thanks for unpacking the one. Yeah, very nice, Drake. I see what you did there. Well done. I appreciate you, and I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter. All right, folks, here we go. Number 6 on the list, Purgatory. Hell yeah. This game does so much with so little. It's literally line drawings, okay? And most of them is just like line drawings that are like, like even shaky line drawings. And it's got such heart in this game. The characters are fun. There is a story to it. There is depth to it. There is stuff that makes you think quite a bit and could be even very emotional. There's very funny stuff. There's very goofy stuff. It's stuff which doesn't take itself too seriously. And there are elements of the game, and this is really interesting to me because I played with the R vocalists where we got through this one section and I'm like, oh, okay, well, we finished that. And then it was like the worst possible ending. And I had no idea that there was this whole other element of the game that we hadn't even touched yet. So we went back to it, excuse me, and played it for another couple of sessions, during which my daughter actually got to play because we were playing it during the summer. And it was an absolute blast. I freaking loved Purgatory. Such a good example. There were a couple typos here and there. There are a couple of quotes that don't quite fit and everything, but just absolutely delightful throughout. Zach and Dot and my daughter, Little Larv, did a wonderful job with the voices on this. I still smile every time I think about Purgatory. It's such a good game. I had so much fun in this. Hey, Configuration Queen. Shaking the dust of 2022 off your boots. Good to see you, CQ. Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. Sean is my main squeeze. Love that snake. Yeah, Sean was great. I love Zach's voice for Sean. Like, hey, what are you talking about? I love that. It's so funny. It's like Bill Burr or something like that. It really cracked me up. Absolutely love Purgatory. Almost ended up in my top 5. Almost, not quite. I should have mentioned, by the way, that Road Warden was new this year and Citizen Sleeper came out this year. So that's 2 new games this year that I've played so far. So, oh, yeah. Absolutely. Because it was so much fun. I was just like, this is great. I want to know more of their story. So good. Like, oh, yeah. Give me a little Sean. Yeah, it was great. I absolutely love Purgatory. Okay. So now that brings us here to the top 5 games of the year. My goodness, the top 5 games of 2022. What has reached this rarefied air? Well, these were all games that games that I played or will play, had played all the way through. These are games that I want to complete, right? And these were games as well that I felt were both enjoyable for chat for the most part, and also were enjoyable stream games for me. Like they were enjoyable to actually play. The numbers depended. Some of the games had better numbers than others. But I really liked all of the games on this list quite a bit, which is why they ended up here in the top 5. So number 5 on this list may surprise you. It may surprise you. I don't know if it'll surprise you as much as it surprised me, but that was Golden Sun. Do you remember that we did play that game this year? We actually played and won Golden Sun earlier this year. And I know Shadowed Mage, if he were here, would be super excited about this. Now, this is a slight exception to my normal rule, because normally Golden Sun normally I only put a game in if I started playing it in a given year. No, Golden Sun was a game that we started playing. Nope, that's the thing. Right, that's what I was going to say. Golden Sun was different because we played Golden Sun like one session of it for like 3 hours. But I broke my usual rule because this is the game that this is the year that I really played it the whole way through. So Golden Sun ultimately, yeah, so weird. Graveyard Keeper was last year and it was not high on the list, Classic Horror, I have to say. So Golden Sun was great. The music was great. It's a 2019 yet. No, not disqualified. This is where I broke my own rules. And the beauty of my system is I get to make my own rules because it's my system. But Golden Sun was a lot of fun. Great music, great storyline, a lot of really cool elements to it. And it was neat to be able to get into a game really in detail and in depth. And it did go a long way from where it started from, actually. I'm cheating and I've rigged this vote, yes. It was great. I really, really enjoyed Golden Sun a lot. And this is a game that, again, and this was also another authentic, like I had the Game Boy Advance game that I played on my Retron, so there was that too. So this was really, really great. I really enjoyed Golden Sun a lot, and in a way set up for some of the other games that I played that were sort of in this ballpark. There was a bit of a theme for aspects of this, as you will see as we go here through top 5. So number 5 on my list was indeed Golden Sun. Number 4 on this list, and there is one sort of exception that I have to mention, which is Solasta Lost Valley technically might be considered different, but I honestly just put that together in the same category as Solasta because it's basically right in the same wheelhouse. This next game that I chose I thought was different enough in type and kind that I decided that it could actually fit there as well. So number 4 on this list was this Final Fantasy VII Remake Yuffie's Mission. Loved this game for a couple of reasons. Number 1, this was my first chance to put the PS5 through its paces, and it was great. It was absolutely great. It looked good. The music continues to be outstanding. I really liked the fact that they added elements to it, including this board game, which I didn't particularly want to play myself, but I thought it was cool that they had it there. I thought Yuffie was, again, another example of a character that I knew about from the original, but she was just kind of a nothing. I was like, all right, it's a teenager. Why do I care about this? Like, I don't particularly like anime. What's the big deal? But they make her into a more interesting character here, and they make her sort of sidekick that plays along with her also to be someone that you sort of really like and enjoy. And it's got the sort of weird wackiness of the characters that you fight and some awesome, like incredible boss fights that you play in this as well. And just like, oh, super good. And again, that music is just so good. It was great. And because it was my first game with a PS5, I really got to sort of play it out and be like, aha, this is the game where it's at. I really, really liked Yuffie's Mission a lot. And so Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Intergrade, Yuffie's Mission, it would be really great if they could figure out other ways to name things. That would be lovely. Was number 4 on my list. Okay. Number 3 on my list is not going to be a surprise. Hold on a second as I make an adjustment here. Is not going to be a surprise to any of you who have been watching my channel over the last, I would say, 5 weeks or so. And that is Ghost of Tsushima. I have loved Ghost of Tsushima from the very beginning. I love the storyline of this game. I think the game itself is very well balanced. There are wonderful elements in this game. The gameplay itself is really great. The combat system is a ton of fun. I love the different stances. That feels like it's complex without adding difficulty for no reason. Just like, let's make it complex, needlessly complex. I don't think it's needlessly complex. There are a lot of moments where it's like this button triggers this and that button triggers that, but whatever, that's fine. It does reward. There's a whole fashion Ghost of Tsushima element, which is pretty badass as well. And I like Jin. I like the main character. And I like the characters that he meets. A lot of great characters with this. I find Ishikawa very interesting. I like Masako, of course. Norio is really awesome. I'm really digging the warrior monk guy, and we just got started, looking into his story. And I love some of the set pieces of it. The set piece where you charge up the hill so you can take over that Mongol weapon, so you can fire off and blow up a bunch of ships in the harbor, so that they don't take out your boat because you're trying to get the boat out so we can warn the shogun and all that. I really, really like that. Exactly. You can pick up the gameplay, but you can also do more complex moves, and it seems badass when you do. Some of the boss fights as well, like the Mythic Tales, some of those fights are amazing. And can we talk for a moment? Great music. It is maybe the best looking game I've ever seen. It is spectacular. There's a reason we keep stopping and taking still shots, because it's freaking gorgeous. You're running over a field of flowers, no slowdown. You're running into a sun arc, right? A setting sun, no slowdown. You've got the moon above you sort of shining down, no slowdown. It is gorgeous, just gorgeous. And that game is just absolutely top notch. And I'm glad that I'm playing this on PS5 for exactly that reason, because, oh my goodness, it is such a gorgeous game to play. And again, it's a AAA title, so you would expect that they do that. I'm not going to give them like medals for it, but I'm also going to acknowledge that it's the case, that it is a gorgeous looking game. And that does make a difference because, I mean, you know, you're going to be looking at the graphics, right, as you play the game all the way through. So I absolutely have adored Ghost of Tsushima. I'm looking forward to going through and finishing it because I want to move on to Sorcery also. But I've really enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima. I'm grateful to Dragonspear for having given me the director's cut, which he was an officer and gentleman kind enough to do. This also really has showed off the PS5 and what it can do. Very, very good stuff. Really have enjoyed this all the way through. Awesome stuff all the way through. Oh, and also amazing voice acting too. The guy who does all of the Mythic Tales stories, the storyteller, his voice is amazing. Super good. So love Ghost of Tsushima. All right. That leads us, chat, to the top 2 games of the year. Now, these 2 games I did have a lot of trouble, not a lot. I had some trouble choosing between these 2. One of them because it was more a game that I'd been looking forward to for so long, and one of them because I think it's very, very well executed. And the game that is, of course, the top game for the year is Fortnite. No, I'm just kidding. Emily's so excited. Game number 2 on the year is Gran Turismo 7. Now, it may be hard to believe, but Gran Turismo 7 did officially come out this year. This year, Gran Turismo 7 came out, and Gran Turismo 7 is another one that was put through its paces. GT7 is... I have been waiting for this game for so long, and it did not disappoint. It was exactly what I wanted in a game. It is RPG, Car the RPG. Super, super great. I really enjoyed this. And as I was going, no Raid Shadow Legend. I just love the formula. I love being able to get a car and being able to race until you beat the other ones. You have enough credits or you win a car, which is even better. You get a car, then you win the next car. Plus it's so classy. It's so classy. It's got the classical music playing in the background and all that stuff. My only frustration with Gran Turismo 7 is the fact that in Gran Turismo 7, the audio, you have to basically cripple a bunch of your audio so you don't get a ton of copyright strikes or copyright claims. And even when you do that, you still get a couple of copyright claims here and there. I hate that. If you're going to make your game available for streaming, and if you know, and you should know, that streaming is going to increase your sales by a large number, and it will, this is proven, then you've got to do a better job at making sure that the music that you choose is going to be copyright available for people. And by not doing it that way, it was really irritating to deal with, especially the first couple of sessions. Now, I got wise to it, and I started making it where I was able to use these other things, and I was able to use other elements and whatever, but I just didn't, it just was not, so that was unfortunate. But you just have to remember that Gran Turismo 7 for me, hits all my buttons from when I was younger. I loved Gran Turismo 3. I love Gran Turismo 4. I love these games. And Gran Turismo 7 is something that I could play elsewhere. And they've done more since then. They've added more tracks and more things. And see, I never played GT7 for multiplayer. I don't care about multiplayer at all in a game like this. I am looking to be the single player RPG climb. So better than Forza. But, I thought it was a return to form, basically. Forza Horizon is fine, but they just throw cars at you like nobody's business in Forza Horizon. And in Gran Turismo 7, they don't do that. In Gran Turismo 7, you really kind of earn your things over the course of time. Yeah, I hear you. But you and I both, Rudnell, I think agreed that we both enjoyed this game separate from that. I was a big fan of GT7. So classy. Just even looking at the picture, even the picture says class. I love it. So Gran Turismo 7 was my second game of the year. All right, that leads us to the game of the year. Now, for this one, Rudnell is perfectly within his rights to step away for a minute or two while I talk about this game, because I know that this was a game that he did not appreciate. And there were a few people, I think, who were like that, but most people really enjoyed this game, I think, as much as I did. And I myself found the game very, very well done. Sort of a love letter in a way to the kinds of games that I loved growing up when I was younger, and a game that really sort of holds together. And that game is Emily's excitement, Triangle Strategy. Triangle Strategy does a lot well. It tells stories well. It also, and of course, hashtag bouncy horses. It has a lot of great characters associated with it. The gameplay itself is challenging, and is challenging without being unnecessarily brutal. And there are moments where I was able to think my way through levels that were too difficult or would have been too difficult normally, using my experience and knowledge of this genre, and was able to succeed, which is an amazing experience because I felt as if I wasn't being held back because I couldn't Twitch do it or, whatever the way that I wanted. But the other thing is that it was something which, on top of it, the freaking music. I mean, again, the music, like that one, ba 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 bum ba-dum 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 da 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 da. So good. A freaking full orchestra playing in these songs, and it really added to the tension, to the excitement, to the fun. And it also made it so that a lot of the characters in this were ones, including the one that you see right there up front, were ones that you could get behind. And there were ones, our boy Benedict, we had a difference of opinion with, and we could have gone a different direction that we ultimately did. The game does have certain moments that all JRPGs seem to tend to do, which I don't like. There were elements where I felt like they were almost going out of their way to make you make choices that were going to be frustrating for you, I guess. Not that they respected your choices, but there were times when they were like, okay, well, the only option is choice A or choice B or choice C, and all of them are a little bit more extreme than you would have chosen. Like, there were times when I would have liked choice A versus choice B. And also, by the way, that was last year. That was my game of the year last year, Drew. And believe me, I was all over that. In fact, I think that was, right? Last year's top one was... No, last year actually was 2021. 2020 was Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that was my top game that year. So 2020 was Final Fantasy VII Remake. Thank you, Golden Drake, for the sub. My singing sealed the deal. Thank you. So Metroid Dread, number 1 in 2021, and this year Triangle Strategy. So there were moments like that, but I loved the tripartite, if you will, system as well, because there was exploration and there was also the vote system. And I like the idea that you had the ability to convince your compatriots to go along with your ideas, and that your sort of code of honor of House Wolford is that you're determined to go along with what the majority decides, even if it's not what you decide. And I like that principle. And the game could have gone in a very different direction if it went that path. So I really liked Triangle Strategy a lot. It was a game that stayed with me afterwards quite a bit. Hey, Triffid. And so in the end, Triangle Strategy was my top game of the year. But as I say, this was not a super easy choice for me between Triangle Strategy and Gran Turismo 7. I was very much on the fence about this for a while. It wasn't the hardest decision I've ever had to make. In the end, I feel like I came to the right decision, but it was definitely one that I had to think about quite a bit. I'll bet there were a few of you who thought it was going to be Ghost of Tsushima. And I thought about it, but I decided that Triangle Strategy just had enough sort of focal... It just hit enough buttons for me. You congratulate me on my correct choice. I'm glad you approve. But it hit enough right buttons for me that it would sort of click together. And again, let's not underestimate the value of both a game that does things well graphically, that does things well in terms of gameplay, with a spectacular soundtrack. Man, that soundtrack was so good. The ending was, I thought, fine. I liked the ending, but there were aspects of the ending that didn't quite click in the way that I thought they would. Like, there were moments where I thought there was another choice that might have more closely reflected my values-ish. But I think for the most part, the decisions that I made reflected the values that I wanted to bring to the game. And I liked Serenoa, and I liked the characters and the decisions that they had to make. So that was the deal. Yeah. No, exactly, and that's totally cool. It was a love song to something I didn't like. No, I totally get that. I totally respect that. And again, I didn't. You know, you need to remember that I, loved as much the sort of Western RPG, the Baldur's Gates, the Ultima Underworlds, games like that. And those are games that have also been up there in previous years. Final Fantasy VII, of course, is JRPG, but certainly, Jedi Fallen Order wasn't. And that's a game that was definitely up there for me back in 2017. So this is a game that I really liked a lot. But in the end, it was my winner for the game of the year for 2022. So again, to summarize, 24 games, of which one of them I played off stream, of which 4 of which were brand new this year. The list was 24, The Council, 23, Typo Man Revised, 22, Growlancer 2, 21, Cyberpunk 2077, 20, The Last Express, 19, Psychonauts, 18, The Turing Test, 17, Last Epoch, 16, No One Lives Forever, 15, Castlevania 3, 14, Batman Arkham Knight, 13, Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, 12, Lost in Random, 11, Road Warden, 10, ActRaiser, 9, Super Mario Odyssey, which I played off stream, 8, Citizen Sleeper, 7, Unpacking, agreed, Triffid. Hey, Shadowed, 6, Purgatory, 5, which should make Shadowed happy, 5 was Golden Sun. 5 Golden Sun. 4, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade Yuffie's Mission. 3, Ghost of Tsushima. 2, Gran Turismo 7. And my game of the year in 2022, Triangle Strategy. So there is your list, chat. A list that I enjoyed compiling as always and mixing this up. So thank you, everybody, and thank you for suggesting a lot of these, by the way. Some of these were, I'm pretty sure, Classic Or, yeah, in Graveyard Keeper was 25 out of 25 last year. It was not my favorite. Speaking of love stories to somebody else, not me. So yeah, of these games, the ones that I'm thinking won various games like Patreon Fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Once. That was the Saboteur, but that was not this year. The Saboteur was last year, and that was number 4 on my list last year. That was number 4. Okay, so let's see. The Council, I think, was a Patreon-fueled game of the month. Typo Man was a game of the month. Growlancer was a game of the month. Cyberpunk was a game of the month. Last Express was a game of the month. Psychonauts was a game of the month. Turing Test was a game of the month. Last Epoch was a game of the month. No One Lives Forever was a game of the month. So basically the first 8, the first 9, the first 9 games were all Patreon fueled Chat Jones Game of the Months that I had on there. Then there were ones I picked, Castlevania 3. Arkham Knight was a game of the month, although I had it on my list anyway. Lost in Random was a game of the month. The top game of the month actually was... I guess the top game of the month was Lost in Random. That was the top game of the month. In case you're curious, the top console game was Triangle Strategy. That was the top console game. The top retro game would have been Golden Sun. I think that's fair to say. The top sort of voice acting, you need to voice act this game, no voice acting in it, was Purgatory. And so, yeah. So there you go. My 2022 Game of the Year list. I hope you folks enjoyed. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to count retro, if you don't want to count that, you could also say it would be, as I completely go back up the list here. Probably, if you didn't want to count that, I would say it would be Castlevania 3. The top one would be ActRaiser then. I mean, ActRaiser is definitely retro. That's like 97 or something. Very, very smug. Yes. Very, very happy. Yeah, the Saboteur. It was the Saboteur, but that was last year. Okay. So there you go, chat. There was this list. Now, let's talk a little bit about the channel, and then we're going to get into some unpacking. First of all, I want to talk about a few highlights that we had in 2022, which were a lot of fun starting at the beginning of the year. First of all, we had a couple of things in 2022. We had, besides all the usual tabletop stuff we had, including Speculate, we also had Bag of Giving, which was a big part of your Monday night experiences, quite a bit, which was for charity. That was funded by Brandon, or that was started by Brandon Crilly and Mike Underwood. And that game was, I had a lot of fun watching those various games played. I had a chance to GM one of them myself. And we're now, of course, into season 2 of Bag of Giving. So that was one of the highlights that I especially liked. And along the lines of when I wasn't streaming, people got to do this, we had Carlos Hernandez and Claire Cooney with their Negocios Infernales, Infernal Salons. And we had a few of those that we did as well. So those are really cool highlights, including we did some poetry readings as part of those and some story readings and things like that. So it was good. I really had a good time watching some of the Negocios games as we played those. There were, of course, other notable highlights. We had a couple of interviews that popped on here and there. We had a couple of retro streams. And of course, we had my 10-year streamiversary. I streamed for 10 years now officially. I started in April 2012. And so in April 2022, we actually had excuse me, my 10-year streamiversary, and that was great. I had a chance to play a bunch of Intellivision games for you all, and I felt it, my thumb hurt for a while afterwards with my controller. I actually ordered a couple of third-party new Intellivision controllers, which may be available sometime before the millennium, we'll see. But in the meantime, it was a lot of fun watching those things play out, so I really enjoyed those controllers. So 10, you don't see them a day over. Yes. But anyway, so that retro stream, that streamiversary thing was a lot of fun, and people were, of course, super generous with all of that. Naturally, we had a couple of big major highlight events as well that I was enormously grateful and thankful to all of you for. One of those, of course, was Greyshade, the Greyshade Kickstarter, which was exhausting for a lot of people, including Emily and myself, a lot of us who were working together to try to make this happen. Emily put an enormous amount of effort into this, for which I was most grateful, and we kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and then we had that major event, that last event, which was just 9-10 hours worth of tabletop role play with a bunch of folks a bunch of my friends and others who came to play with us, and all of that together allowed us to raise over $25,000 for this Kickstarter. And yeah, Greyshade, I never heard of it. And there was a lot riding on that for me and certainly for the publisher. Obviously we would have loved it to get even higher and higher and higher. And that's our goal, is to try to do that for more of these books as they go on. But, we felt that the book was good enough and the world was good enough, the IP was good enough, that as it got launched, it's going to have a long tail and more things are going to come from it. And I think we're going to see that is the case as we go through. So I was, again, most grateful to, of course, Emily. I was grateful to Brandon and to the folks who were my friends who came for this session and this edition and were so tireless in doing that. I was grateful to the folks from Alligator Alley Entertainment. I was grateful, of course, to the other folks on the team from Athos, including Chris Bell, of course, for making this happen. And we ended up with a book that I'm very proud of and a series that I'm excited for. Renegade is going to be the next one, and I hope you will find it to be worth the wait. I'm proud of it, and Emily's going to be getting the edited copy here in the next day or so, and I'm very proud of that. And Heretic is going to be great when that's done, and the tabletop role-playing game that Brandon O'Brien is doing is freaking going to be off the hook. You will not want to miss it. It's so good. Cannot wait. You will not want to miss that. That's going to be, oh man, our discussions of it have been really awesome. So I'm super excited for that. And then, of course, you have the audiobook from Tren. And the audiobook from Tren is going to be also just dynamite. So I'm super excited about that too. Again, it will have a lot of benefits that we'll see unwind down the line. So I'm super excited about that. And I know many of you, a lot of you, the core folks here, really helped push that a lot. And I was very grateful about that. Speaking, by the way, of special events, I should mention a smaller one that was still a ton of fun before I get into another major one. And I'm not doing this in any particular order, by the way, but another one that was a ton of fun was also the second Midwinter's Morning thing that we did. And that was the beginning of the year. We finished up with Midwinter's Morning. And then we recently did the Halloween era one with Sean Duke and Triffid and Prince Justin. And that was a ton of fun too. And I hope you folks have had a chance to check that out on my YouTube channel, because that was really great. And it really is rising tides. It's going to be rad. I'm super pumped about it. So I did not secure Wild Child Renegade Master. There actually is a song by Jose Gonzalez that is perfect for Gray Shade. And there was a time when I actually inquired about the rights just for funsies. And it was basically like, oh, you could get the rights for certain limited things if you drop $5,000. I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, no, thanks. Thanks anyway. It was not likely to be anything, but I was like, all right, well, we'll see. So yes, no, I'm going to come to the Speculate fundraiser in just a minute, but I had a lot of fun with those three folks in a couple of these sessions, and it will be great to do some more midwinter stuff sort of down the line. We will see how those things go. I also liked the Speculate fundraiser that we did, which was also successful. I really appreciated the folks who helped us, including I believe the name is Joanne, if I'm not mistaken. Rising Tides will correct me if I'm wrong, who was our sort of Destiny 2 lore guru, who joined myself and Mike and Brandon as they all ran around with their super uber legendary gear. And I'm just here sitting here with what I think is my awesome duster. And they're like, come on, why don't you fire a couple of guns? Here, have some super... Noelle, not Joanne. I'm sorry. I have another friend, Joelle. It's Joanne. Noelle, I beg your pardon. Noelle, who was great as far as the lore stuff was concerned. So that was a lot of fun. And one of the big things from that was we had, first of all, we had a one-shot that was run, of course, by Yori Kusano. So that was really cool. But secondly, and I actually ran something, again, that was the Midwinters thing that we ran it as a part of. But the other thing that came out with that was that Triffid, of course, did the theme song. And the theme song was awesome. You should go back and listen to that. You can find it on my VODs, of course, on my YouTube channel. That was really cool. It was a fan song almost, and it was really neat, and it was very involved, and there was a lot to it, and there were a lot of elements of it, and so that was great. And it was super, super cool. So I really enjoyed that. I was grateful to Triffid, and it was a surprise. Everyone was like, wait, what is this? And I knew, of course, Triffid had been working on that, so I really loved that a lot. Then, of course, we had our Halloween show. That was great as always. We had a chance to read some Edgar Allan Poe stuff. I love getting into those, and I always do that reading every year. I know that's Rudin was talking about one that he really liked with Destiny. I know that he always likes the Poe reading, and I always do too. I really enjoy that. And, of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention A Christmas Carol with the Vocalist, which is always a blast. I love those things. I really, really love that very much, and getting a chance to do Christmas Carol was super cool. So I was really enjoyed that quite a bit too. And one of the biggest highlights of the year, obviously, was ARFCon. I'm not saving that for last because I'm putting it above everything else, because, again, Gray Shade was amazing. Like, I am not necessarily doing this in an order. It's just that, for me, if there's anything that summarizes the best of what this channel is, it is that. It is the ability of the community to come together for common purpose, even in difficult financial circumstances, to be able to do that. And it was just such a pleasure to be able to watch all of the amazing events come together, all of the players, all of the GMs, all of the special events that we had, all of the sponsors who came back to support us, Damon Runyon, who gave us our own page this year and really got behind it. We had the scientists, remember, who played stuff, thanks to Mike and Brandon being willing to do stuff. Mike, GM'd for the scientists, which is what Mike did last year as well, and he did a great job with that. And I really loved that experience. And ARFCon was just awesome. We had a new record too. Again, we raised more than anything other time in history. And it was funny that Triffid had mentioned that, because it was during that time Triffid had mentioned that at some point we got to have some live in-person thing. And that brings me to 2023. So remind me to talk about ARFCon in 2023, which I'll do in just a moment. But just to sort of wrap up with 2022, yeah, well, once the Patreon gets up to a certain level, I'm hoping I'll be able to do Vital again. I would love to do another one, Classic Ore, but we have to have the numbers to sustain it. So hopefully soon. I have not given up on that possibility. The last thing to mention then is just a sort of general comment about 2022, which is, there's a tendency at the end of these years to talk either about how, just sort of shake your head and wonder and go like, wow, this year, or to think to yourself, well, this actually had this was, it was a year, it was a thing that happened, or to sort of be like, oh God, that thing's out the window. I've had feelings in the past like that, like this year is, oh my God. But I often feel bad for some people who have just been like, I had a pretty good 2022 year. And for me, 2022 was up and down. It was nowhere near as bad as 2020. I mean, and personally, earlier years than that were worse for me because of personal health stuff that I was dealing with, that I did not deal with as much in 2020. The world, of course, was dealing with all this stuff, and even there, you had the defeat of fascism at the ballot box. That is not the permanent defeat, it must be noted. It was the only first temporary victory in an ongoing battle, but it's a battle that nonetheless, when you win one, you got to celebrate those and other things. But the point is that for 2022, it was a year in which I felt there were obviously a number of things that didn't go well, but there were things that did. And I felt that in a way, it was a combination of things that I felt made 2022 sort of an impactful year, both good and bad. I went an entire year without doxing my credit card details live on stream. Yes, I did manage to avoid doing that. That's true. But I really enjoyed a lot of elements of 2022. Personally, because of stuff going on with the family, that was the stuff that was in many ways very positive. Not entirely, obviously. At the end of 2022, I'm dealing with the leftovers of COVID. My wife and son had it earlier in the year. My mother-in-law as well. And so, there were elements where they were sick, and there were definitely struggles for even though little Arv did not fortunately get sick from that. Little Arv definitely had a struggle at the end of her 8th grade year. But she was also salutatorian of her class, for which I am enormously proud, not because the grade is the most important thing, but because she overcame a lot to do that. And you all know what I think about her. You all know how important she is to me in my life. And the fact that she fought and came through it with such grace. She just kept on rolling, and she kept going with her good humor intact, and that means so much. And she's had a wonderful year this year so far. She's had a wonderful year at her high school / arts program that she has. And it has not been 100% perfect, but it's been a lot better for her socially. And she's doing exceptionally well. She's an honor roll student, and she's just done very well. Our adventures together that we do on Fridays have really been enjoyable because I get to spend my time with just this amazing, wonderful human being. That's this spectacular, wonderful human being that I get to hang out with all the time. And my son, my wonderful son that I got to watch, involved in basketball and having such a blast with that and doing all these funny things. Oh God, he's so funny. I told you all the thing from a few weeks ago that I just thought was so funny, where I came in and he was like battling to get his sweatpants on so he could go to school. And he's, so he's like half naked on the bed trying to get his like legs through the thing. And I'm like, oh man, I'm like, you're really battling your sweatpants, huh? And he's like, yes, Daddy, it's me versus my pants. It's just so funny. Oh man. So he's a funny kid. He's funny and fun. And as he gets older and his personality is developed, I am super excited to be able to share things with him too. So all that stuff on the family side was really good. I also was really grateful for all of my friends, the friends that I was able to connect with, and the folks that believed folks that believed in my work, right? People like Athos, who believed in my work. I was super grateful, of course, for friends like Emily, who was not only a wonderful editor, but is a really thoughtful friend and has done a ton of work as well on this channel too, and all this kind of stuff, and is just a good, thoughtful person. So it was great to be able to have conversations with Emily and to be able to also have conversations with others of my friends that I was able to reconnect with, people that I hadn't been as much in contact with, and I got back in contact with old friends of mine, from years and years ago that I was able to connect with virtually, and that was really amazing. And the other thing, another thing I wanted to mention, another highlight too, and I'm coming back to ArvCon, I promise. Another highlight too was the thing that we did with Porch Fest at my house, where we got to have Zach fly out here, my friend Jordan, Indiana Gonzalez, fly out here, and that was freaking amazing. We had such a wonderful time where they were out here playing, music on my porch and then getting to hang out. That was really cool, and it was a really lovely way to sort of finish the summer, and it sort of helped smooth out the kind of the experience you sometimes have, like the wistfulness at the end of the summer, because you're like, oh, well, here comes the new school year, you know. But that just sort of was all smoothed out as a result of that. So that was really great. And I loved, so I really enjoyed that experience, which brings me back up to ARVCon, because of all the things that we do every year, that is something which not only, you know, raises money for positive causes, but also does so and brings us together in a really wonderful way. And I think it's something which so many people mark their calendars by, a lot of the events that happen on this channel, which I'm very grateful for. But that's something where people were willing to sacrifice and put things out there for the benefit of something larger than themselves. And I've always said that it's not just that it supports Damon Runyon, because it does, and that's very important. It's not just that we've raised now, I think, something in the order of $25,000+ since we started this for Damon Runyon, which is just a staggering number. It isn't just all the donations people had, whether it's Drew with his photographs or Emily generously of her own work and time and all these, you know, different gifts and so on that people gave. But it was also the donations that people had as well to support this cause. It was also the fact that every time we do it, everyone comes together for common purpose for an event like this. And what a wonderful experience, and what a wonderful legacy to those who have lost their lives and those that have survived as a result of cancer research. And so in an era, in a year in which obviously COVID was still on everyone's mind, the fact that the other big C, I was thinking about that with all the different C's, the other big C of cancer, and the profound effect that cancer has on so many millions of people, what a gift that we could come together and do something about it. And I think that's really where the community is at its best. So, you know, our numbers were up and down, our subs were up and down, our patrons are up and down. And there are things that I'm going to be doing in 2023 I'll talk about in a minute, hopefully to address some of those things. But what has never changed is the amazing quality of this community, which remains the best on Twitch, and which I am inordinately proud to be a part of. It's wonderful to have you folks as the Arvanauts along with me. In 2023, we're going to have a lot more where that came from. We're going to have a lot of great tabletop role-playing, a lot of great video games. We'll have a lot of stuff over on Pen and Pixels. We will have a lot of campaigns. We'll be launching Shire Adventures, a brand new campaign starting in the new year. I'm very excited for that, sponsored by Free League. And Free League came forward with money. Can confirm I got money in my account to support the production of overlays, of music, of videos, and all that kind of stuff. So it really is a great community, and you folks make it that way. I'm also happy birthday to your dad, Emily, on his 72nd birthday. That's really cool. That's really cool that he did do that. 0% chance, and he did. So congratulations to him. That's awesome. I'm glad you got to share that with him. I know only too well what that loss is. So congratulations. That's really great. So we're going to have a lot of tabletop play. And I'm very excited for all of that. We will have, again, another ARVCon. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. We will have, again, special events at things like Gen Con, at the Writers' Symposium, at conventions. We will have events live from cons. We'll have, I forgot to mention, you know, one little mini highlight I want to mention. This is going to seem silly. I liked doing some of those live from the road streams. You know what I mean? Where I was just like waiting for my car to get regular maintenance or whatever, and I would have you folks with me when I went to go get breakfast or something. I loved those too. Those were just little special things that were just a lot of, I don't know, they were just fun, and they weren't, there was not a big production value in those. There's not all the lighting and all the fancy bells and whistles, but it was just so cool. Oh man, I had such great time with those, you know, Me in the Wild streams, and we're definitely going to do more of those. I also should say that I'm going to be trying as well. I'm thinking very seriously about the possibility of a couple of new sort of new initiatives. One new initiative possibility that I'm thinking about is I'm considering doing a kind of Ask the DM question and answer session. Now, one of the things that I'm thinking about doing this on is I am considering, now I haven't figured out whether or not, under what circumstances I might do this, but I'm considering the possibility of doing a once, I don't know, every other month maybe, live stream on YouTube of an Ask the DM thing. And the reason is really just to get a sense of what it's, to sort of dip my toe in the water to see what it's like to stream on YouTube, and to see what it would be like to actually speak to people over there. I really do like talking about D&D. I really do like sharing some of my experience and knowledge of it. And I do a lot of it. And I think it would be fun with those. Yeah, I know. He does always have one of those things. So I'd love to do that. Yeah. That's true, actually, Rising Tides. That's true. And I sometimes I think about doing that too when I'm with little Arv. Sometimes we have done those in the past, and other times I just want to spend it with my kid. But there's sometimes we're just sort of walking around is a big part of it also. So I might have done that even this time if I wasn't sort of confined to headquarters, so to speak, is about this. So we will see about those things. So I'm thinking about doing something like that, something like the old Masters of the Dungeon, but something which is a little bit more, just bringing up a topic maybe, and then having people ask questions about it, and we'll see how that goes. I would love to be able to get an assistant this year. I am actively looking for a part-time assistant whom I can pay, because I am looking for someone to be able to do marketing and to be able to do stuff that I, at the moment, have to do a lot of myself. In particular, I would love to be able to have an assistant who would help me with scheduling, because scheduling is a thing, and I would love to be able to have people who are able to help scheduling. In fact, I've been talking about that. Rising Tides and Mike and I have been talking about that in regards to Speculate, and so there'll be more of that that we would have as well. Probably Dragon Spear, but they'd be associated with D&D though. Like my layman topics, if I just am walking around, then it's just chatting, like that's fine. But D&D would be more focused on tabletop role play, more than just sort of a general chat. That's all. But I will do that in just a second, Drew. So yeah. So I'm thinking about doing something along those lines. Yeah. Well, I already have some of that stuff. I just need to have some of that stuff off of my brain space. And I would like to, the problem is that I can't really pay someone fully what they need. But having Google Calendar and Alexa, it doesn't help me at all, unfortunately, because I still need to then program all that. That is what I do already. So we need another scheduling discussion. Yeah. And we're looking, so we're actively looking to try to find assistant stuff. So hopefully that stuff is going to change, is going to, advance. I'm always looking for new and different material. There is probably going to be a couple of new tabletop games that we will do, like maybe one-shots of, things like that. Not that I would run, but that others would run. Bag of Giving will be doing some stuff. This is not in any way to put Shadowed in a tough spot, but down the line, if Shadowed gets to the point where he feels like he'd like to go back to doing, Dragon of Ice Spire Peak or that sort of world, that sort of thing, would be happy to reconsider that. So there are things there that I'm considering about that as well. Very funny, his term, very funny. Happy New Year to you too. So I'm thinking about those things. So I'd love to be able to do some of those things. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So we will talk more about that stuff as we go through. One of the things that I am most excited about. Oh, and just one last thing. I don't yet know what sort of is funding wise in terms of personal projects is involved. We may have one or two small fundraising things. One of them may be Speculate associated, and one of them may be associated with a project of mine. But I don't want to say more about that because it would be closer to the end of the year. We're not going to have any big thing like Gray Shade this coming year. That's not happening. Maybe the year after, I don't know, but probably, we'll see how that all goes, but not this year. But we may have some other small stuff that's associated with sort of little things. So we'll talk about that as we go through. Well, yeah, no, for sure. Nice. I'm hoping that's the case. I know no promises, Shadowed, but it would be the great if we could actually do that. Graphic assistant in a bathtub. That's an assistant, but it's graphically in a bathtub. Okay, that brings me to ArvCon. ArvCon 2023. For those of you who missed this announcement before, is going to be a big deal. And again, Triffid had mentioned, we need to do some kind of like physical in person type of thing. Happy New Year. Thank you, Dragon Spear, for the cheer. Dragon Spear is super generous. All of you all so generous. That's why I keep saying all that, because I feel bad but thank you, Dragon Spear, so much. It's very kind of you. So ArvCon. We are going to have a lot of big events. We're going to have a lot of big sponsors. We're going to have a lot of amazing players. We're going to have a lot of stuff, right? But the thing that I want to mention, which I announced before, but I'm announcing again, is that the Friday night of ArvCon, opening night of ArvCon 2023, which will again take place on Memorial Day weekend in the United States. Well, I mean, ideally both, but Patreon, I actually technically get more money from Patreon because Twitch doesn't take a cut of it. Patreon does take a cut of it, but not as much. So technically, I guess Patreon is slightly preferred, but I never like to say that because it just depends, right? Like, oh, I heard the door open, which means my daughter is down there again. Good night, sweetheart. Love you. Good to have you back. My child is back. I'm very happy to have him back in the house. I am happy to say that Friday night, the opening night of ArvCon, will be a live in-person event. Now, in-person means that you will still be streaming it, of course, broadcasting it, but there will also be a in-person component. There is an event which will have an audience associated with it, an in-person audience. And this is going to be a big deal, chat. I am not at liberty to talk more about it yet, but I'm going to be announcing more of it coming up in the next couple of months. It's a big deal, though, and it's really exciting and kind of, I will say that it's not at my house, okay? I'm going to say that. It's not at my house. To be clear, not at my house. But it is a live and in-person event. And I'm very, very excited about that. Because you'll see. I can't say any more because I would give stuff away if I started talking more about it, other than to say that it is confirmed that it is an in-person event, that the individuals involved are confirmed and the elements are confirmed. I cannot tell you that, no. Because if I tell you that, I will be revealing too much. Thank you for the follow, Blue Loot. Welcome to the Arvanauts. I cannot tell you that, I am sorry to say, Rising Tides, but I will promise that I will be announcing more about this in the next couple of months. It's going to be a big deal, and it's the kind of thing which is going to... I'm going to rely on the channel as I always have. I'm going to rely on the amazing Arvanauts as I always have to really be the evangelists for this and really seal the deal on these things. But it's going to be amazing. And we're going to raise a lot of money. We're going to have a ton of fun. There's going to be a lot of different tabletop play associated with, of course, ArvCon. But it's going to be awesome. And I'm excited for it. It's going to be wild. So, and 2023, the other thing I'm going to try to make an effort to do, coming up next year as well, is I'm going to make an effort to try to stick more to start times if I can. This has been very difficult, and the reason is just I'm so busy. I'm torn in a million different directions, and it's very hard to be able to compartmentalize and set one thing aside because I'm leaving and it's like, wait, but this and this. And so, I really want to try to get back to starting more on time. And in fact, I've begun to realize that starting on time but later is better than starting earlier but late for that time. So, I've been starting, for example, 9 p.m. on the dot the last couple of nights, for instance. And I found that that's better than starting at 8 p.m. where I never really can get done by 8 p.m. So I start at like 8:15. So I'm really going to try to make a better effort to do that if I can, but it's not like I haven't made an effort. An assistant would, amen, Dragon Spear, which is why I want an assistant and have them be torn. No kidding. And of course, a lot of people have a lot of difficulty, like Emily will be happy to tell you how much incredible extra work Emily has done and how much she'd like to be able to have this assistant. Trust me, I know the feeling of what it's like. I know that I'm, by far, things could be I could have much more difficult time and be doing things, like others have to do in this situation. But it's really a part of that. What's up, Pandora? Yeah, no, I'm trying to grow. The thing is, I want to build the viewer numbers, not because, I feel this desperate desire to be like, I must be Twitch's next star. But the bigger the community gets, the better the experience is for everybody because of the people that are, oh my God. That's what I mean, Rising Tides. Exactly. Wow. Thank you, Shadowed Mage. Look at that. And we are up to $198 per month. Thank you for that committing over the course of the year. Thank you, Shadow Mage. It's very kind of you. Thank you. No, getting a student to do this part-time is a good way to make sure that I do my job no time, because I will get fired from here to the next eternity if I did that. No, I can't do that. I guess a former student, if they were out of school completely, maybe, but no, that would be totally not. That would not be allowed. That would not be, and if it was allowed, it wouldn't be ethical. So I wouldn't do that. But it is, hey, now what's up, Nonstop? But it is very important to me that I try to continue to build the stream, because it just is, it's more fun when everyone is able to be involved. And that's not in any way suggesting that when we have a small turnout that it's bad. It's not. It just means that the more people we get, the more we get this wonderful community's richness for all of us. Is there an upper limit at which you lose it? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a limit at which, you get 1,000 people in the stream and you lose some of that. Maybe, but we're not anywhere close to that. Like, I'll worry about that problem when I get there. Okay. In the meantime, we have the mod community for it. We have the people to sustain it. We have the production values for it. So we've got a lot of things. And no, listen, man, your measly Canadian dollars are appreciated very much. So I'm excited for all of that. I would like to continue to build the Patreon. I'd like to continue to build these numbers. And one other thing that I want to do as well is I would also like to be able to continue to push some of the audio content. This is another reason wanting an assistant, because having that audio content will make it possible for me to be able to have people doing things like Fleos has been doing for GOG, which is releasing the awesome GOG audio podcast and getting that stuff out there, just getting it circulating in the ether, because the more of that that's out there, the more that we bring things in. Well, but there's a difference, Pandor, though, between, but you can be bigger without being big. You know what I mean? Like, like, I'm not suggesting until we get 5,000 people per stream, this is useless. Like, that's not the case. But I would love to be able to continually build above where we are now. And so having more of those numbers really helps us to do that. And that's something I'd be excited. You can be bigger while not being smaller. Yeah, exactly. So these are all things I've been thinking about. And, but in general, I come to the end of 2022 feeling fairly, optimistic. I turned 50 this year. That was a personal highlight, obviously. I dealt with COVID this year. I had ups and downs this year. We had family tragedies. We had family triumphs. We had successes and failures. And on the channel level, we did a lot of things well. We had a couple things go not quite how we intended. And we had a couple of huge successes for which I'm incredibly grateful to all of you. And in general, the big consistent thing are the 3 C's, which I've always emphasized on this channel, which is community and communication and compassion. And those 3 things remain the same. And so long as you folks spread the word and let people know and bring in more people like you, thoughtful and caring people who genuinely help each other and help yourselves in your own communities as well, to be better members of those communities. As long as we continue to have all of that, then this channel is going to be exactly where I want it to be at its base. And it's only a matter of broadening and getting it out so more people can experience that. But, the tabletop content, I think I'm very proud of. I was very proud of our campaigns this month. I think we had 3 excellent closing sequences for series and or seasons. I was very proud of a lot of the video game content that we did. And I already talked about the stuff with the various fundraisers and the Kickstarters and things like that and how all that well went together. And so thank you, chat, for having been a part of that all year and for being, wonderful people that send a message to the world that the internet community is not composed of a bunch of individual, selfish, meme-driven people, and that the world itself is not filled with those. Again, I do not believe that most people are selfish and just do what they want and they don't give a damn about anybody else. I think that's not true. I think it's a convenient lie. It's a fiction which is fed to us for a variety of reasons, and it's one that we need to reject. And over again, when we reject it, we find ourselves in a position where we are helping others in the best possible way. So I am enormously grateful to all of you for being a part of that and for making it possible for us now 10 years on, to be able to be a place that is a place of comfort and safety and story and narrative, a place where we can come together as a community. And so thank you. I love all of you, and you are, you really make this what it is. So thank you for being a part of that. Now, with that said, it's time to play a little unpacking, y'all. We've got some unpacking to do. We have to finish with unpacking. So let's get to it, and let's make that happen. And by the way, another way that you can help this is follow good streamers, small good streamers that are doing things elsewhere. For example, I see Kids Are Asleep. You should be following Kids Are Asleep to go watch some Hades gameplay and Mass Effect Andromeda gameplay. Yes, we said that joke was made as well, Hillis. Thank you. You should definitely make sure as well to follow people like the Rising Tides for stuff like that. You should go follow Prince Justin as well, so that you can watch when Prince Justin plays on things like games like Christiana Ellis's campaign and stuff like that. So you should be doing that. Those people are, but those people in the end as term are not as powerful as those who are not sociopaths. I firmly believe that. So you should follow those people as well. You should follow, who else have I got here? That stuff. You should, let's see. Well, you should be following Emily for the YouTube content, because Emily does YouTube content as well. You should be following, let's see. Who else have I got? You should be following right now Mighty Murr. You should absolutely be following Murr. I was talking about this yesterday. Murr streams some really cool stuff as well. And I've already talked about the I Should Be Writing and all that stuff. So you should totally follow Murr as well. And you should be following, I think that's all I see right now for the people that I mentioned. But you should follow other streamers as well and broaden those people. Oh my God. Thank you, Shadowed Mage. Thank you for the tier 1 sub to the Kids Are Asleep. Thanks, man. Thank you. And welcome back to the Arvanauts, Kids Are Asleep. You should be definitely following. And you should also buy all of Valerie's work, because that's just good. Just in general, just buy their work. You want to get a gift for an author this holiday season, buy their books, and oh my God, sub to his tournament. Yay. Thank you, Shadowed. You should buy their books and leave a review. Buy their books and leave a good review, unless you hate the book, in which case just buy the book and accept our thanks. But otherwise, buy the book and leave a good review. That is the gift that keeps on giving from an author's point of view. So, that definitely helps. But thank you, everybody, because, you really are what makes this what it is. So thank you. And oh my goodness, Shadowed. Ooh, Rising Tides is doing a special stream, Music and Fancy Costume, One of the Strange Friends. Nice. Awesome, Rising Tides. You definitely should watch then. And thank you. Welcome in, Pandora, again. Welcome back to the Arvanauts. And thank you yet again, Shadowed Mage. Can you hate the book and buy the review? No. You can hate the buy and book the review. And that doesn't make any sense. Okay. So let's get to some unpacking, shall we? Let's unpack what we've got as we continue. Let's make this happen. Good, that's there. Buy, hate, view, re. The Unpacking. There we go. No, no, I definitely want a review from you, from you folks, Oh, yes, right. Sorry, Drew, my bad. Hold on, everybody. I forgot that Drew sent me a DM. Wow. Am I at liberty to mention that, Drew? Am I at liberty to mention that? So Drew has just told me that he is going to be giving away not 1, not 2, but 3 photos to give away. They were hanging in a gallery. Gallery's out of business. He got them back. So 2 photos on metal and 1 on canvas. Wow. So Drew stepping up to the plate. That's awesome. Thank you, Drew. That's really, really awesome. Drew, Prince Justin and Drew over the last couple of years, Drew started this a few years back, and Prince Justin has started adding these in as well, have done these metal, these photos on metal, which are just so awesome. They're incredible. And so, and they go to the top donators for ARVCon every year. So that's awesome. Thank you, Drew. And again, he has to pack that up. That's art, right? That's not just like, oh yeah, whatever. I mean, that's art that he can sell, and he gives it to us. He has to pack it up and ship it and all this stuff. So, so thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I got to turn on. I realized I was missing one light. Got to turn on one of the lights. There we go. It's subtle, but it's there. Yeah, that would be slick. That would definitely be slick. I mean, we got time. That's not till May, so we got time, but but still. The only 2022 book dedicated to this guy on screen has one review. Yeah, if you have tried Gray Shade and liked it, a review would be lovely. Goodreads, Amazon, spread the word. I like seeing those feathers in the chat too. And of course, those are all courtesy of the colors. Chaotic said the original design, but and Kilobyte did some work with those, but Shadowed Mage added all these like colors with flares to them and everything. It's pretty wild. So give you time to work on your pecs. There you go. All right, Chad, let's get into it. Let's get some unpacking going, shall we? Okay. Yes, so here we go. We're opening. Let's put up some plants, shall we? Where better to put window boxes than next to windows. All right, what do we got? The heck is that? Is that? The heck is that? Is that a... Is it like a ticket? Yeah, that's right. CQ won that. I'm guessing it's a ticket of some kind, but... Whoops. These look like yo-yos, actually. Don't they look like yo-yos? That's possible, yeah. That makes sense. It could be. It looks like a ticket though, but it could be. And these are the people I think moving in with them. No, it's... I can go... I can't go up there. Are those incense holders? Maybe they are. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Ooh, we got ourselves right, because this is the other guy moving in. Or somebody moving in. Hello. Okay. Whoa. Okay. That goes there. Ooh. All right. Now we're cooking with gas. Check that out. Parking ticket. They framed it so I remember to pay it. Ticket their first art show. Check that bad boy out. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, thank you, Classicor. Right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Classicor. Now we're back up over 200. That's great. That really helps when these things happen. Thank you, Classicor, so much. Thanks, everybody. That support is very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. And it definitely helps. I was able to get my PS5 because I saved money from the Patreon, and that allowed me to play games like, you know, Gran Turismo 7 for you and, you know, Ghost of Tsushima and all that awesome stuff. So thanks, Classicor. I appreciate it, man. Very, very kind of you. Whoever this person is, they like books too. For exposure. For exposure. Nice. Nuclear narwhals. All right, this person obviously knows what they're doing. I did. I am a lucky dog. What is... Anti-Hero, Season 2. That's a coaster. I'm assuming. So is that. Well, let's check for a second. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Okay. Whoa. There we go. Okay. Okay. Anti-Hero Season 2. Okay. makeup brushes. Okay, good. Put that there. Oh, really? Darn it. House starts to feel like a hoarder house. Well. It's definitely a bit cluttered. That's not a toothbrush. That's a makeup brush, right? I may not have room anyway. Fortunately, we have lots of extra towels. Hey, we got us a bath mat. Very nice, very nice. I thought so, but I don't know. Okay, good. Whoa, alright. Ah, fortunately, we do have... Aw, tiger. Whoops. Try to do hers and hers, so to speak. A lot of laptops. Yeah, I can see that. There's some crossover potential. Whoa. Wiener dog. Hello. Someone really likes Antihero. Okay. Another anti-hero shirt. Whoops. That's not... Nope. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, wait. I gotta put... I hope there's another hanger here, but... Yay, okay. Okay. Got a walkie-talkie. Okay. Okay. Good. Excellent. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need hangers. The heck is that? It's like, is that a art rule? What the heck is that? Well, I don't know. She's got a lot of clothes. I don't know whether she has a lot of hangers. Is that a thermometer? What is that? Oh, no, no. That's a shoe tray. What do you call those things? Nope. It's a shoe thing. Oh, no. Okay, so... Okay, there's one thing I'm going to have to... Okay. Is it incense sticks? It says you are very different. Yeah. Alright, let's get this off there, and you need to go here. Good. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Over there. Nice. Steamer. Very nice. That's a rice cooker. Nope, wait. Down there. Go up there. What do you mean? Yeah, I didn't put it that way. I don't know. That's how it was. I don't know. There we go. I think that's better. Good. Okay, good. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Okay, let's see. Mugs. Really wish I could stack small on top of large. Wow, that is a big freaking grater. Big honking thing of soy sauce, too. Yep. More of those magnets. Ice cream scoop. That has been desperately in need. These people needed to freaking do the ice cream scoop a lot faster. Yeah, I like the tuna fish gravy boat. That's a big-ass mortar and pestle, too. Oh. I completely missed that there was still... That's my bad. Aha! We got some achievement. Not sure what to do with that yet. Need something to write notes at night. Oh, yes. Hell yes. I wondered where the heck the hangers were. And I missed, obviously... Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Easy come, easy go. Yep, this person is definitely, I definitely approve with the hangers. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Oops. Nope, nope. That's the... Quite the hangers on. Yeah, this has been an interesting Nope. Okay. No. Interesting, really. Okay. I don't know what that is still. It looks like a thermometer or a shoehorn. Yeah, that's what it looks like, but it doesn't seem to fit on the wall, though. Oh, an incense burner. Well, where the hell am I going to put that? No? It's not wanted out there? Okay. All right. So glad for all that wardrobe space now. Love, yep. Green thumb. $2018, oh my gosh. Oh, look at this. Oh, snap. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, is this sad music? Did bad things happen? Uh-oh. There we go. Alright, good night, Helmus. Yeah, so I wonder if she left again, if this is her now? Okay. Although those are also... Okay. Upstairs we have this. The bathtub you were asking for, Emily. It's a cool sink. Well, both toothbrushes are there. Bath tube, not no gin. Yeah, it is really, really well done, Classcore. It really is. I had seen it played on GOG a little, a few minutes of it played, and I was like, ooh, I'd like to try that, and... Okay. Wondering when we're going to see this thing pop out again. Okay. Rubber ducky, you're the one. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are those bath toys? Because if those are bath toys, I think we may understand why we moved, chat. There may be a bath toy alert. Yep, I'm going to do that right now, actually. Very funny. Okay. Actually, wait. Okay. Oh, yeah, one of these deals. Absolutely. I always have that. That may not go there in the end. Yep. Whoa, we got ourselves a laundry basket. Yep. Oops. Alrighty, and then that. I don't know where the laundry room is, but we may have to move some stuff down there. That works there. Whoops. Free breeze there. This thing will just not ever go away. Like, that thing is just going to stay. It's going to be a family heirloom. They'll will it to their children. Like, ah, you dog. Ah. Scale on the ground? Yeah, I guess so. I guess that does clear up room, doesn't it? Are you kidding me? Whoa. Okay, there's got to be a place to put the laundry basket. Doesn't involve that. Let's put that there for now. Whoa. It's just a general closet? Okay. Right, it's always very important to make sure that you get all the freaking, you know, the clothing adds who knows how much, right? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Getting all the hangers up front here. Exactly the opposite of some of these problems. Ooh, like sewing. Yep. Can't even close it yet. I'll be able to soon. Wow, the hangers. Okay. The hanger. We needed the box disintegrating powder. Yeah, it was warm today. The classic walk-in closet. Okay. Man, this time they did not mess around on the hanger front. Yeah, that's definitely right. Just put that there, that there. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Top's top and bottom bottom. Yeah, but sort of. But the problem is that I mean, the bottoms, some of the bottoms are short enough that that's where they belong, like the mini skirts and stuff. Right. There we go. More hangers. Yep. Okay. That pop is very satisfying. Mm-hmm. Whoa, nice. Yep. We finally ran out of hangers, except for like a pants hanger, but... That looks almost like a sports bra or something. I wish this was a studio apartment in New York. This is approximately 2 rooms too large for a studio. This thing is bigger than a studio room. Anti-hero and anti-hero. Okay. 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 The classic rainbow sock. Got different kinds of perfumes down there. Okay. her for a sec. Okay. These people don't do enough doubling up of their hangers. Okay, so you put the hats on the top. Okay, put that. Yep, let me put... Yep. That goes like that, that goes like that. Damn it, hat too big. Okay. Yeah, no hat hangers. Oh no. Why use that when you can put that up there? Haha. Well, where would we be without the chicks? Whoa, horse. Nay. Didn't mean to stir up any trouble. I'm sorry. I saddled you with a few of these jokes and... I've tried to rein in my impulses, but you know... The horses are the worst ones. I get started and then I just keep whinnying and... Good times. No, bad art. Why do we... Yeah, why do you encourage me? Because you realize how truly great these actually are. Oh no. Alright, new plan. Yeah, the chick amounts continue to just build. Jokes are tacky. past your bedtime. Yes. Wait, that clearly... Do we not have an office? Eee. Welp. It's a crib room. We're going to put that... Obviously, the printer goes on the changing table. We all know it. We all know that's the case. That's where you... Wow. Wow, Rudnell. That's where you change the ink cartridges. Well done. Nice work. Good God, this family of... This game's going to come to an end just before I can no longer place the chicks anywhere else. Are you kidding me? That's good. Unfortunate. Facing down. Dog versus chicken. Who will win this titanic battle? Yes, they're not going to like that. They're not going to like that. No, sir, they won't like it. Yeah, that's right. The next, so she moved out of their house to her own place, and then the move after that was someone, presumably her significant other or partner, moving into her place, and now they're all collectively moving to a place where they can accommodate what is obviously a little one having arrived. Ooh. That's not going to stay there, but... Oh, the pig is now going here? And the tiger, of course. Yeah, tiger and pig together. We got an achievement. Let's go. Damn it. Teething ring. Rattle. Ooh, wait, rattle. Feel that rattle. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. When given the opportunity, shout out, I usually like to tackle those jokes. Fight it, Arv! Don't do it! Oh my goodness. So why did you stop going to Arv's stream? There came a time when one person must make a decision. Okay, I'm going to do something with that. That's not just going to involve putting them there, but... Aw. This is going to be a nice kid's room. Nice baby's room. Yeah, I remember these days. Oh, there's a rabbit. There's a flop-eared rabbit. I'd like to ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Gonna have to ask you to hoof it over. Oh, perfect. Put that right by the changing table. Let me tell you, chat, and then you want to get those things out of the changing table as quickly as possible because got the baby book. Clearly need the baby book. Put more toys in so that the kid doesn't even fit. That's... Oh. Wait, can you like... This thing should like... I don't know. I'm not sure if that's going to stay there. Cold feet. God, how many teething rings do we need? A lot of rattles. Okay, that one we're going to leave on the floor. And if it tells me not to, I'm going to be like, look. Whoa! There we go. Okay. Small bathroom. This music first started when we first heard it. I was like, "Oh man, sounds like something happened." Oh, they have a dining room. Oh my god, in the kitchen. Okay. Good gravy. All right. We did that. 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 Okay. Right. Okay. All right, what do we got? Post-it notes. Oh, I see we got a monitor there. Mm-hmm. Seriously. So, yeah, we don't have a... It's true, we do not have a book room yet. They have a considerable lack of game room, like they did from previous... One of the previous moves, but... What is that? Is that a wrist brace? Wow, sign of the times right there. That's a wrist brace for keyboard use right there, people. That goes in there. Oops, no. Right. But that actually is not where that goes. That goes like that. Good. There you go. Well, we got your die, huh? Whoa. What the hell? The hell is this box? The hell was that? What? What the heck is this box? I wonder, is it, she must be a children's book author maybe. Yeah, one of them's got to be a children's book author. Yeah. All right, that makes sense then. Yeah, kids' books and probably... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's that diploma. Ooh, someone upgraded their tablet. Oh, look at that bad boy. Someone has been doing all right for themselves. Well. That is nice. Look at that bad boy. Yep, and there's the diploma, and rightfully out there for a change. Listen, people, I gotta be honest. I mean, I don't know. It's fine to say, you know, if you're an author, do you really need to have copies of your own books? I mean, who actually does that? Who do we know that keeps copies of their own books as a reminder of the incredibly hard work they did? You think so, Wispy? You think so? I think you might be right. Seriously, Rising Highs. Well, no one buys them. Oh, wow. I would assume... I mean, this blue laptop has been with the original character for a long time. This mouse is new, it seems to me. So I don't know. Can you pick off how many ARV books? It's like Piggy and Ostrich. Piggy and Ostrich. An award-winning author there. There's the guitar, ukulele. There's the stand. Okay, good. Had that lava lamp for a long time, too. Okay. Oh, crap. I forgot about this thing. Okay. Getting there. Love that. Might come back to that later. Okay. Put that bad boy there. Okay. Here's this thing again. The anti-hero thing, presumably. Ah, we got our game room is basically what this is, in addition to dining room, etc. Which file cabinet? You talking about this thing right here? Yeah. Oh, that goes right there. I forgot that can go down there. Much better. There we go. Okay. Is that a scanner? About raising children, babies. Oh, come on, you dog. Let's see. I like to put my delicates and glassware chat as high up as possible. That way it's completely safe. That's what I thought, yeah. They might want that for when they're down in the kitchen. Ooh. That's cool. I know what we do with that. There we go. Haven't lost that anti-hero thing yet. Oh, that's wild. That's wild. No, no. I mean, that thing over there, that map survived, albeit in folded form, for... It's from the late 70s, and I got it in like 84 or 85. So that thing lasted 36 years before I got it. I flattened it out and I had it professionally mounted. So I mean, admittedly, it was folded first. And that thing's paper. I mean, it's kind of a treated paper, but yeah. Like a bat out of hell. Oh, hang on a second. There you go. Nice. Okay. Love those window boxes. Big honkin' mortar and pestle again. Nope. Can't open it yet. Change that around. Just need to get that drawer closed again. There we go. Okay. Right. Let's put bowl in bowl. Yep. Where's my whiteboard at? I knew that moment was coming. I knew soon I would be unable to find any more room. Pay the wages of sin. Placing too many mugs in the wrong spots. Come on, what family needs more than 4 glasses? All right, let's put that over there. Yep. He was definitely one of a kind. Every song was an epic song. Yep. There we go. Surround that bad boy with The whale. Okay. Good. Gonna take a guess and say that should go up here. Right. This is what you were thinking about. Okay. Nice. Okay. Hope these people have ladders. Be super useful if they had ladders. Actually, wait. Whole shelf, one for mugs, one glasses. Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it. We kept our glasses and mugs. Actually, right now, we keep our glasses and mugs basically in one cabinet. Is it like roll of garbage paper, I'm guessing? I mean, garbage paper, garbage bags, rather. Whoa, nice. Stack those plates. Oh, I never put that away. Okay, that's got to get... there. There you go. Yep. All right, sounds good. Thank you for the support, Classicor, and sleep well, sir. Happy New Year. Put the grader up top near one of those motion activated. It's a trap. It's funny. They're both in the WNBA. Incredible. That would solve a lot of problems, actually. There we go. That goes there. Oops. Yeah. Oh, they got the tongs. That's new. Where's the thing? Where the heck did the menorah go? I know I put it up. There it is. I knew I put it up somewhere. Okay. Right, so that's going to have to go... There we go. Put that bad boy right in the sink. Alright, the WNBA people should have no problem getting up to that. Are you kidding me? Nice. Yeah, the bug thing is not left. We still have the bug repellent that we've had for like literally 10 years. Literally 10 years. Yeah, exactly. Wait, do they have... Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Yep, baby spoons. Man. Okay. There we go. There are the forks. Okay. Let's see. Let me see if I can... Okay. One. Plus 2 equals... Yeah! I was wondering if I was going to get an achievement for that. Let's go! Gotta keep the kids, you know, gotta... Listen, it's important to teach as a teachable moment. What microwave cabinet? Oh, is that the microwavable cabinet? No, it doesn't. No, that's not a microwave cabinet. That's a hood for like a fan hood. Yeah, but yeah, no, it definitely does not fit, I'm afraid. bad, not bad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I have actually seen that. I guess you're right, once or twice, but apparently that was not this one. Nice. Still got the Wii. Those are smaller. Haven't seen that GameCube for a long time. Which, I don't know. I do have to question a little bit having a Wii but not having a GameCube. I too, I think, made that mistake at one time, and remains as a regret. Let's get that like that. Yes, okay. $2018. GameCube and a Wii. See, I thought I had a... Well, actually, I don't know if I had a first gen now that I think of it. It's actually downstairs, although I don't know that we ever rigged it up, the Wii. Right. Right. So we wrap it down that way. Ah, nuclear narwhals. What? Okay. Okay. Right. Pillow over here. There's that cane again. Okay, and that goes up there. Yep. Jubble. Oh, man. Much better. Okay. Hey, what's up, Guy Shield? That's, yes, I do remember that, actually. Yep. They laughed, they cried. I don't know if it was better than cats, but... Ooh. Okay. Oh, I thought that was on... What's wrong with that? Oh, is that a towel? Oh boy. Maybe the laundry room? I went there already. Yeah. Can't fit it there either. Okay. Oh, that was the soap. Okay. That's my fault. Surprised you don't like that. Okay. Still don't like that? Yeah, toaster has to go in there. Okay. Okay, good. I don't know what to do with this towel. But the soap wasn't happy. Am I crazy? I thought that I remembered... finding a... There! That's it, the laundry room. I'm like, what the heck? Okay. Okay, there's that. Does not like that. Where am I going to put this laundry basket? Yeah, it's a... Well, no, it is the master bath, but like there's oh, well, there was a door I never opened. Okay. Man. No wonder. I was like, what the heck am I missing? Yep. Didn't realize. I was like, what am I missing? I don't understand. Okay. Oh, you don't like that? Those things cannot be stored in a drawer. Okay, that's fine. What? You don't like those there? Okay, fair enough. I guess I understand why you don't want the printer there, but... Alright, let me put that in the... Let me put that over here, but... There we go. This is literally where a lot of these things go. You want me to put this in here? Seriously, I can just put these in here. You want me to literally just stack? You have no problem with me putting all of this stuff in the crib. Where is the baby going to fit? How are you going to fit the baby in there? This is absurd. So far, it's like, yep, just keep loading it up, Chief. Okay, I'm here to tell you as someone who has put many of these things together, that ain't how this works, boss. Okay, here to tell you. Absolutely no room for a baby, yeah. Oh, these, okay. Put that in the sink. Oh, we still have a problem here. Oh, you don't want those up there? Really? Yeah, that's fair enough, yes. Finally, a fridge big enough for all our magnets. No place like home. That's it! That's the game! Oh man, what a great game. What a great freaking cool game.
There's a knock on the door. Now all your stuff is here in boxes on the floor. You open up a box, there is so much to do. I open up my heart, this is now a home for two. Houseplant brightens up the dreary windowsill. Your blanket keeps us warm in the evening chill. We pull your favorite mug out of the packing foam, stick magnets on the fridge, and we make this house a home. You put our photo on the shelf. I smile to myself. You cut the tape with my Stanley knife, and we unpack your life. We unpack your life.
We unpack your life. Unpack your life.
Slowly, slowly, our things combine.
It was. It really was.
Favorite stuffed toy right next to mine. Our prized possessions in a prime location on the bedroom shelf. I smile to myself. You cut the tape with my Stanley knife, and we unpack our life. We unpack our life. I smile to myself. You cut the tape with my Stanley knife, and we unpack our life.
Created with Unity software.
We unpack
Queensland.
our life. We unpack our life.
What a great game. Oh, wow. The deluxe art. Nice. Absolutely awesome. That's an 8 out of 10 for me. What a cool game. It does exactly what it says it's going to do. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It tells a great story. It's subtle. It's not loud. An example of quiet gaming, if there was such a thing. Super cool. Super cool. Really impressed. And you could even go back. Like, I got these. Like, you could get a sometimes food, strike a pose. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I know which one this is. I think you can make the... You can, oh man. You can do the thing. Let me see. You can now listen to tracks from the whole game by enabling shuffle menu under audio settings. Once the stage is unpacked, you can now toggle assessment on and off, temporarily hiding item highlights and star button. Thanks for joining me on this journey. So yeah, you can get like the different stickers. We actually completed this one. Brilliantly solved, fuzzy friends, green thumb, love, no place like home. So there were all of these ones that we ended up completing a couple times when we bent back. What a neat idea. Super smart, thoughtful, and the total time was... Let's see. Total time was 5 hours and 26 minutes. That's it. 5 hours and 26 minutes, which is exactly you're in, you're out. Very, very cool. Very cool game. And I had heard good things about it, right? I had heard, good things that made that happen, but good stuff. Good stuff. Really like that a lot. What a nice game to close out the year with. What'd you folks think? Did people like it? Oh, yeah, I'm glad you saw the end as well. Yeah, exactly. And just right there. Yep. Yep, really nice. And anyone who's ever been through multiple moves, like me, anyone who's been through multiple moves and or anyone who's had to live in different environments and different places, that kind of thing was there. Dragon. That's, yeah. Very cool. And this is the kind of thing that I could imagine some people being like, well, it's not really much of a game. Yeah, it is. Absolutely it is. There's things that you have to do. There are other things that you could sort of move around and shift. Is it astonishingly challenging? No, but it's another one of those games that people play that works on its own terms. Very similar to Untitled Goose Game, which is another game that's about 5 hours in length, 4 to 5 hours in length, doesn't overstay its welcome. In that case is very funny. Just beautiful stuff. Yeah, obviously there's only so much that you can do. Oh, my pleasure. And yes, the time has come. It's 1 a.m. My God, didn't even feel that time, but that means it's time to get to bed. Chat, what a lovely experience. Really great stream tonight. Game of the Year streams, and of course the really fun conclusion of Unpacking. And what an authentic, what an appropriate game, I think, to wrap up the year. Sweet and calm and nice and pleasant and just, good all the way around. So I loved it, and I hope you folks did as well. And I'm really grateful that everyone stopped by for that also. So that's going to do it for me, chat. And as I say, there's an off chance I might have a bonus stream, the final bonus stream tomorrow, but in all likelihood, I'm going to be hanging with the family. In which case, if that's the case, I will not see you folks here for my normal Saturday because of it being, New Year's Eve. But I will see you folks back here, of course, next week and next year. I'll see you back here next year, next day. But thank you again so much, everybody. And thanks for a wonderful 2022. You folks know the way to support the channel. I've already said it multiple times, so I'm not going to do it again. Instead, all I'm going to say tonight, most importantly, is to thank all of the wonderful mods. Yeah, no Mysterious Peaks. I thought I deleted it from my calendar, but no, I mentioned that I was not going to do Mysterious Peaks because I have to spend time with family. I want to and have to spend time with family. And by the time I could stream, even if I do after the kids go to bed, it's going to be too late to do that session. So definitely not that. So Ghost of Tsushima. Anyway, a pleasure, everybody. So thank you all so much for a wonderful 2022. Thank you again to my wonderful mods, Runo Dragonspear, Drew, Emily, Shadowed, and the Rising Tides. Thank you as well to all of my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Runo Dragonspear, Dragon Spirit Drew, Emily, Shadowed Rising Tides, Nonstop, Wispy Song, Golden Drake, Isterma. Thank you to everyone who gifted subs and supported the Patreon today. Thank you to Zeroella, to Darth Sisu, Dreps, Nat, Arenth, Gaia Shield. Thank you to Necrotech Victor and USS Norway. Thank you all so much. I am very excited for 2023. I'm excited to hang out with all of you, and I'm so grateful that we got a chance to spend time together, and that we had, a very productive, a challenging, a difficult, but still in some ways we're all here, and that made it a year that was worth living because we're still here to live it. So have a wonderful New Year's Eve. Have a wonderful last bit of 2022, and look forward to what I hope will be a wonderful 2023 ahead with optimism and rest and calm and peace. Thank you, everyone. Much love to all of you, and I will see you folks back here in the new year. But until then, I think that's a wrap on 2022. Thanks all. Love you. I'll catch you soon. And bye for now.